Welcome to the Squeezebox podcast.
Squeeze podcast. Normally, I try to say something a little funny at the beginning of these things, but damned if I can't tonight.
I hear you on that, sir.
Topic matter is just a bit too somber.
I can agree with that. So I'm just going to kind of start us off here. We've got a pretty comprehensive doc put together. Hopefully we see some people rolling into the stream. I'm going to try my best to pay attention to Facebook chat. If I could get some of the other gents in the stream to kind of occasionally look over at the Twitch chat. But here we go. Let's get started. So
before we do that, just to introduce the guests tonight.
Yes.
That some of y'all might not have seen before. To my immediate right, we have got the ever ugly Catonic. And directly beneath me, we have got somebody who can probably not bend spoons with his mind, but I'm not going to test it, by the name of Dylan.
Bend spoons with my mind. Huh. I guess I do belong to the Professor X school. But anyways, yep, my name's Dylan, a.k.a.
Professor X was not psychokinetic. Professor X was a telepath. Get it right.
I know he was. I said I belong to Professor Xavier School. But anyways, hi guys. Second appearance, and I don't know if any of my Culver friends or anybody from my circle is on here. If this is your first time, this is a really cool podcast, and sit back and enjoy.
Cool.
Don't mind if I do.
And then, of course, we've got Mr. Mike over there, and then myself, Jason. We've got Lance freaking the fuck out over there. What's going on, dude? It sounds like you're muted.
Being attacked by a rubber ducky.
Mike or Lance, you are currently muted there. Sir.
Yeah, I'm muted. Sorry, my camera was in the way of my mouse, and I was trying to get it to where it wasn't in the way of my mouse.
All right. Well, like I said, this is a bit more of a. We've got a lot to go over today, so we're just going to get and roll right into it. Thanks anybody that is currently joining us. So we at the Fresh Squeeze podcast try not to get overly political. But mainly it's been due to the hyper-political nature of U.S. politics in the past 6 to 8 years. We've just given that sincere effort to provide entertainment that's outside of politics as much as possible.
That being said, recent overturning of Roe v. Wade by the Supreme Court, we absolutely will not and cannot be silent on this issue. This decision is a clear-cut case of the minority ruling over the majority, which is an undermining of our democracy, bar none. This decision is a clear-cut case of theology ruling over the populace and is an unacceptable step in the wrong direction. And I want to be completely clear on this. The only political party in the U.S. that is negatively affecting the rights of the people is the Republican Party, period.
Shocker.
Can definitely agree with that. So nobody in the Democratic Party is pushing to get rid of quote-unquote religious freedom, but that's not what the average evangelical Christian voter would like you to believe. They truly and fervently believe that their right to religious freedom is constantly on attack. It's a literally insane stance that has been touted by politicians in order to garner votes. And I have a video here that I'd like to share that kind of makes the point that this is just a complete and utter lie. Nobody is going after specifically Christian religious freedom. Let's give this a look here.
If I had anything to say about it, I would.
And now, U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions and the Religious Liberty Task Force bring you this special U.S. edition of Is Christianity Persecuted? Here are the questions.
scream
Is
just
it
went quiet.
illegal for you to believe
just
in
me?
Jesus? Are you forbidden from sharing your personal faith with friends and neighbors?
I think that's just you.
Does the USA forbid religious private schooling? Have Christian churches been outlawed? Has the government withdrawn the tax-exempt status of churches? Are crosses being ordered removed from private property? Are nativity scenes illegal on private property?
To be fair, if
Are
somebody
you
puts a
forbidden
cross
from
in my
wearing
front yard, I might ask to have it removed. So
What was that again?
if somebody shows up and puts a cross in my front yard, I might ask to have it removed.
Well, yeah, but that's like not their property. You know what I mean?
No.
Like,
Tell you what, if
T-shirt.
somebody
I mean,
puts
to
a
be-
cross in my yard, I'm going to put a full-size bassinet in theirs.
At one point in time, Christians were putting crosses in people's yards. Just saying.
yeah. I mean, but I think the main point is like in
I'm
your
calling-
personal yard.
I'm calling Christians racist right now, but
They absolutely are, and I mean,
they've
took me a
always
second,
been
but
racist.
they show up, they throw a cross in your yard, throw a white hood on.
That is true.
You
I
know?
mean, not all Christians, hashtag. But
hey, Ahmed,
Not
welcome
all
to chat.
but I would say that that is something that we're going to talk about, is how this movement started just straight up with white supremacy. And by the way, the KKK is considered a religious organization. So
They are.
yes.
And I'm pretty sure
Oh
they
my God.
they consider themselves like a, I don't know, branch or denomination of Christianity, don't they?
That they do,
Yes,
and when they were
yes.
formed, they actually were given religious tax-exempt status.
Yes.
Are
I
you
don't know if that
kidding
still
me?
persists today, but hey, it very well probably does.
Sure.
Oh my
let's
Lord.
finish this one out.
Wow.
With
Let's do
religious
that.
messages? Are religious symbols banned on your person? Cross necklaces? Earrings? Tattoos? Has the government outlawed religious slogans on private vehicles? What about marquees? Billboards? Are Bibles illegal? What about other Christian books by pastors and apologists?
No thanks.
Is it against the law to create, own, or display religious art? Has the government shut down the thousands of religious radio stations in the U.S.? What about all the Christian television stations? Has the USA banned missions trips? Is there really a war on Christmas?
Absolutely
What about
not.
Easter?
Never was.
Or any other religious holiday? Are politicians banned from having a personal religious faith? Including Jeff Sessions, the guy who's whining about religious persecution. American Christians, he's not persecuted. His religious rights have not been stripped away. And neither have yours.
Right. So I think that the the whole main point is clear. Nobody is rolling back religious freedom, like people would like to say, and like many politicians like to say. They want to, especially with this, this whole, and I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of this, but a perfect example is this I guess football coach that was essentially disrupting events by praying on the 50-yard line, and he was coercing students by saying, what, like if a student were to say, hey, I don't want to pray or whatever, or would just kind of not want to do it, he would then say, what, aren't you a part of the team? This is the type of nonsensical ridiculousness that we see on a regular basis. And I'm not just making this up. Like, they say it outright. Like, it's not a case where we're making literally anything up. They are the people that are making this up. They have a victim complex. And quite frankly, this is what has caused this voter base to just be very radical about their faith. Mike, do you want to continue?
I certainly do. But I feel like I'd be glossing over something pretty important if I didn't mention that it's not only a hypocritical thing that the Christians are the ones taking away the rights that we are seeing stripped away from us. And I mean, it may not affect you, it may not affect me directly, but by and large, it is going to affect us. Eventually, we are going to see religious freedom 100% revoked. And we're going to be living in a Sharia state. It's just going to happen.
We'll see. I mean, it's certainly possible, but
I think
Well, I mean,
I think the way they would like to see it happen is that religious freedom get revoked and everybody gets forced to believe in Christianity, and not even just any specific, like, not just generic like Christianity, like specifically Catholicism or some very like specific denomination where it's like these are like you have to be registered with a church and stuff like that. Like I think that is what a lot of Christians would like to see, because there's nobody out there that is a non-theist or doesn't have strong religious beliefs that's out there trying to force that on other people. Like, but within Christianity and the different denominations of Christianity, it's very much said within like those sects, spread the word of God and to make other people believers. So people hear that and they want to force the religion on others.
yes, I can agree with that.
And that is the biggest problem here. Now, I also have to point out, any organization that has an entire fucking job devoted to filling in the plot holes that your religion creates, aka apologists, it's obviously hokey. So, not going on a tangent here, let's continue. Now,
Sure.
we have seen the recent loss of basic human rights, including the Miranda rights being overturned, as well as the right to bodily autonomy for uterine folk. We had originally planned to do this week's episode on badasses of history, one of whom I dare say should be Martin Luther. But we are now going to be talking about the recent rollback of multiple human rights, as well as what got us to this disgraceful place where human rights have been taken away.
Thank you for mentioning that, Almond in chat. My body, my choice. That's going to be the bulk of what we're talking about today. You are on the right track.
Just to add to that, I've been hearing the rhetoric. You don't have a uterus, you don't have an opinion. People without uteruses, show your opinion and show that these motherfuckers cannot continue what they're doing.
Exactly. You want to get the next one there, Charles?
Yeah, just because. Yeah, that doesn't mean that you can't fight for what's right. I mean, that's one thing to be telling. I mean, yeah, that's one thing, and there's also another thing to be telling women that it's not their body and not their choice, but yet you don't carry the burdens of what they have every day. Then yeah, that's a completely different thing. I mean, hell, there's guys that don't even know where women pee out of, and they're like, oh well, let me put my 2 cents in on this.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously pee out the butt.
And remember, guys, pee is stored in the balls.
Are you saying girls poop right now?
Whoa! We're not going that far.
No, hold up, dude. Don't get crazy on us here.
Yeah, you're getting pretty crazy now. I need to tone it down.
I know this was going to be a political podcast, but god damn.
So, Shaloub, do you want to get this next one here?
Yeah, sure. So Roe v. Wade was a landmark Supreme Court decision that federally guaranteed a person's right to safe and legal abortions. I could read off a bunch of legal banter or maybe an article or two that go into detail about this Supreme Court decision, but instead we are going to watch a roughly 6-minute video put together by Mr. Beat on YouTube. I'll share the actual ruling to chat, and I recommend you at least take a look at each of the Supreme Court justices that wrote in this regard.
Okay, let's go over and check this out here from Mr. Beat. Pretty decent and comprehensive look in a short kind of video here. So let's give it a look. And I would like to just stop every once in a while to kind of get some commentary, because this is a different time that we really don't fully understand, being people that are like in the age of the internet. This was just a much different time here. So let's give it a
Mr.
look.
Beat presents Supreme Court Briefs. Dallas, Texas, 1969. A young woman named Norma McCorvey was single, pregnant, and scared about her future. She wanted an abortion, but in Texas, abortions were illegal, except
Hey, they are again. What do you know?
In cases in which the mother's life was in danger, McCorvey had planned on having one anyway at an illegal clinic. However, police shut down that clinic. Desperate, Norma soon found out that 2 lawyers were looking for women who were seeking abortions in order to fight the Texas law that banned them. They promised pizza and beer, so Norma came. The lawyers, Sarah Weddington and Linda Coffey, decided to take Norma's case over several others.
So sorry to interrupt, but
No, you're fine.
I feel like I don't know, we live in such a world of legal loopholes anymore. Why wouldn't it just be able to be said that like because they're not going to make miscarrying illegal because obviously you have no bodily like control over.
Oh, we'll talk
making
about
sure
that.
It can't happen.
Definitely.
So
I feel like
I won't go into detail here, but you make a good point there, Shloob, is that they're really, it's very difficult to determine the difference between a miscarry and an abortion. So very often when it gets to the point, like if we were to federally make abortions illegal, there's going to be cases where women will absolutely serve jail time and be considered murderers where they essentially just had a miscarriage. It's like an egregious ridiculousness, but please continue. Sorry.
I mean, that you're going right into what I was going to say. So I didn't know that you already had information on it, but just a thought that I had during that. So
Would that
I guess
be considered
my
like third-degree murder or something?
my argument against that would be is okay, if they're going to make abortions legal, why wouldn't there possibly be a loophole where somebody just said I had an accidental miscarriage or fucking intentional miscarriage, didn't abort it, just miscarried?
Yeah.
And fucking show me where the difference is, like.
Yep, exactly.
If they can't discern the difference between it, then it shouldn't be illegal. But
exactly.
And how many women are going to end up killing themselves because they don't have the option?
And how many of them are going to do jail time after they kill themselves because they miscarry?
Right.
Killing themselves.
That sounds like double jeopardy to me.
Yeah, and we don't lead the world in many positive things, but we do lead the world in most citizens incarcerated per capita. So why not add more to it and make sure that we have our crown of capita?
Oh, we got to make sure all of them are poor, though. No rich people.
The two were not much illness, apparently.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike. I can see the look on your face. I was just trying to be hyperbole about that. So.
The two were not much older than Norma. On March 3rd, 1970, Coffey officially filed a complaint at the Dallas Federal District Courthouse, giving Norma a pseudonym, Jane Roe, to protect her identity. They were suing the state of Texas, arguing its abortion law was unconstitutional. Defending the state of Texas was Henry Wade.
So, I'd just like to make the note that Texas has been literally getting it wrong since the beginning. Texas, I'm sorry, guys. Okay, I'm not talking about the general people that are like in Austin or, some of the more progressive areas. But in general, Texas, you fucking suck. You guys literally are just backwater ass motherfuckers that don't understand morality.
Now, Jason, come on, man.
What?
Don't mess with Texas. It's not nice to pick on the mentally handicapped.
Hey, that's ableist.
You're an ableist right now.
The intellectual strength of Texas is about as strong as their football teams.
I don't watch sports, but I'll take your word on that.
No,
the district attorney of Dallas. By this time, Norma was 6 months pregnant. The district court looked at Norma's case along with 2 other related cases. On June 17th, 1970, the 3-judge panel of the court unanimously called the Textless Abortion law unconstitutional.
Not how the judges actually looked.
Saying it broke the right to privacy.
Well, that's kind of odd. I mean, considering all the judges wear black. So, I mean, it could be a caricature, but it could also be considered racist.
I'm just saying,
but
back
this is
then,
about Texas, so probably.
Back then, they're just like, what? I'm not black.
Every single Texan is a stick figure.
The
exact same stick figure that graces our bathroom
However,
doors.
they did not act to stop enforcement of the law. The defense appealed the ruling and it went to the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, Norma had given birth to the baby she had originally thought about killing and put the baby up for adoption. The case sat for a year and a half. Finally, on December 13th, 1971, the Supreme Court heard arguments. In his opening argument, defense attorney Jay Floyd made a bad joke that probably hurt his case. Going against Weddington and Coffee, he said, quote, "It's an old joke, but when a man argues against two beautiful ladies like this, they are going to have the last word," unquote. The joke was not well received.
Like,
wow.
It that isn't even a bad joke. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. What a bunch of fucking nerds.
It kind of is. It's a little sexist.
I'm not even sure if I would consider that a joke. I would just say that's a sexist statement. But
yeah, I mean, I'm not splitting hairs here, but still.
I've heard
on
worse,
my most
I will
drunk,
admit that in a legal proceeding, probably not the best thing to say.
Yeah, no.
The entire courtroom was silent, and Chief Justice Warren Burger gave
Look
him
at
a
that guy.
cold glare. Regardless, by the end of the arguments, all of those...
Has anybody seen the movie If These Walls Could Talk that Alvin brought up in chat?
I have not.
I haven't seen it personally, but I've heard of it, I think.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out sometime.
Aren't we just a bunch of sexist pigs now?
Yeah, we're fucked up.
Justices agreed the Texas law was bad, but for different reasons. But the case sat some more because two justices, Hugo Black and John Harlan, had recently retired and were not yet replaced. In January, Lewis F. Powell and William Rehnquist joined the court, but it wasn't until October of 1972 that they heard arguments again. The court announced their decision on January 22nd, 1973. With a 7-2 majority vote, they went in favor of Roe, arguing that abortion fell under the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause. Again, it came down to a right to privacy. Basically, the court ruled a woman had the right to an abortion until the fetus reached an age of viability. Viability means that the baby would be able to survive independently outside of the mother's womb. Well, back then, doctors believed this to be around the 28th week of pregnancy. Today, thanks to the wonders of technology, that's around the 22nd week of pregnancy. The two justices who disagreed with the decision were Byron White and William Rehnquist, one of the new dudes on the court. White argued the court was just making up a new constitutional right and didn't have the authority to do so. Rehnquist argued the other justices were expanding the 14th Amendment to mean something much more than its original.
I'm just saying, like, this whole reasoning is a bit silly anyway, because it's like, guys, it does specifically say that we should have a right to privacy, and it's a little bit absurd to think that you could actually even enforce some of this shit, you know? Like,
yeah,
that's really what it comes down to, is like, this is where the utter craziness of the religious right comes in, is like, they literally want to SWAT your house and just start going into your bedroom for some of this stuff. Because, like, when they turn over Roe v. Wade, it's based on the same precedent as the reason that we're able to have contraceptives, the reason that we're able to essentially do whatever the fuck we want in the bedroom. So, like, a lot of this is based upon that same precedent, and they're just literal freaks that want to, like, just invade your privacy at all given points. Like, they are just absurdly immoral in this argument. Like, they need to be lambasted for the weirdos that they are, because they literally want to be, like, spying on you in your fucking bedroom and shit.
They want to sit in your bedroom, make sure that you do nothing but missionary.
One thing I don't understand is, what's funny though is, like, the far right also is like, they argue that they want less government involvement in everybody's data lives,
right?
Except for when it comes to religious things, then they want to make sure that the government is enforcing, like, everything. Otherwise, yeah, no, the government shouldn't be involved in, or the federal government shouldn't be involved in enforcing those things.
Well,
the state should be.
Well, here's another thing.
And they're also so worried about their privacy in general because they're thinking that they're being spied on through their phones and their cameras and all this kinds of bullshit with those conspiracy theories. So, I mean, I just don't understand their logic here. I mean, they're doing the same thing with Roe versus Wade being overturned, invasion of privacy. But oh wait, but because it follows their beliefs and because it follows their agenda, it's all good.
Yeah, like there's so many inconsistencies in their rulings. So like they supposedly give so much of a care for states' rights for Roe v. Wade, but when it comes to legislation for owning a gun, which they overturned the New York policy for, which, I mean, I've been through concealed carry course. Essentially, New York was a state where you had to give a reason or have a reason for, and it had to be a good reason, according to the state, which there's a lot of stipulations on that, to have a concealed carry permit. Whereas like Iowa is a must issue, right? In that case, they said, well, we don't care about states' rights, right? They're just like states' rights supposedly don't matter when it comes to owning guns, but when it has implications like Roe v. Wade and abortions, all of a sudden states' rights, oh, come on, guys, states' rights is the way that it needs to be.
It's only when it conflicts with their agenda or their plans or their views.
Exactly.
Freaking hypocrites.
It's always convenient for them.
That's pretty much the end of what's useful in that video. I'll just give you a quick cliff notes. The Roe of that story, she ended up becoming a quote unquote, well, I won't even say the word because it's not truth. I'll say it for the sake of the example. Pro-life, okay? That is actually not a correct term when you are talking about what the actual religious right wants, because they're not actually pro-life. And we'll get into that. We'll get into that as to reasons. I'm not just saying that as a blind assertion. We have plenty of instances here where we can get into the details. But Dylan, could you please continue on with the doc information here? We need to have a little bit of a message.
Before that, I just want to point out that fucking white guy was one of the detractors.
I'm sorry, what?
The fucking white guy, Byron White.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking about right now?
All right, dude.
That fucking white guy.
Jesus. Anyway, go ahead, Dylan.
So, just so we're on the same page and make sure that we clear the air on this, it's not okay to only get your information off of YouTube or Facebook or really any social media at this point. But in the interest of time, in the interest of the watchability of this podcast, we will be using some YouTube videos to enforce and provide more detail into our points for this episode. So please, don't just take our word for it. Be sure to take the time to seek out the information for yourself. This is the only way to be a responsible, free thinker in a society that feeds us absurd amounts of propaganda. I highly recommend that you check out other videos from Mr. B. His videos are often entertaining as well as informative. And here's a video on how abortions became legal with Roe versus Wade.
We just watched that. Sorry, I was a little bit out of order there, but thank you. So,
and also I like to add on to that. And as a psychology major, one of the biggest things that we were taught in psychology, and not to mention, it's not just psychology. It's either in an abstract science or in a hard science. You stay the hell away from social media when it comes to researching facts and fact finding,
right?
Because a lot of times, those can be very much manipulated. They could be easily misconstrued. They could be easily biased in some way to make the person's point more towards what they want people to believe. The list goes on. And the thing is, though, and the number one big thing too, when you're looking up information, especially if it has statistics and science behind this, make sure it is peer reviewed. That's a big important thing to have, is peer review. Because why it is important is because other people could check it and check for mistakes and also check for inconsistencies, incorrect data, incorrect this, incorrect that. Because, doing research and then creating a piece of data, especially big ones such as making statistics of something this large, you're bound to make mistakes. You're bound to make a plot hole. You're bound to make other forms of mistakes that will make it either harder to understand or it could be easily misconstrued and your point will be missed. So always make sure whatever information you're looking up, you make sure it's credible and you make sure that stuff is peer reviewed. That is what we were taught were in the psychology department. They hammer that in our heads. That is very important. And especially on Facebook, that place is conspiracy theorist playground. I mean, oh my Lord. Like I don't know how many posts that had so much misinformation.
No, man,
It's rampant.
they're trying to hide the truth, man. Like that one article I found on fucking Google that says that my opinion's right. That's actually the truth. But
yeah, and I'm glad you said opinion.
They're trying to bury the truth.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said opinion because friendly reminder, facts versus opinions. Facts will always win. When there is facts, opinions mean nothing, and the facts don't care about your feelings. But you know what's funny also about that? I like how the far right is like Trump 2020, fuck your feelings. Well, we have facts, so fuck your feelings too.
Right. So just to continue here, we're going to start down the actual meat and potatoes here. So make no mistake, this recent overturning hasn't been a remotely recent development. The evangelical right has been playing the long game in their campaign to overturn Roe v. Wade. The late Paul Weyrich, which I don't know if it's Weyrich or Weyrich, but I'm just going to say it's Weyrich. Okay.
Yeah, I knew a couple of Wyrichs growing up.
And I think they say it in this video, which I did skim through and pre-watch, but I guess I just suck at remembering that. But anyway, the late Paul Weyrich, a religious conservative political activist and grandfather of modern religious conservatism, kicked this whole thing off by campaigning against Jimmy Carter in the late 70s and early 80s. Now, hold on before you go here, Mike. In the process of doing some more research, this is actually not where it started. It actually started with school segregation. So essentially when the federal mandate to abolish school segregation happened, a bunch of freaked out racist white people started opening absurd amounts of private schools. And essentially they would not allow black people into the private schools. Well, eventually, since most of these schools were touted as religious schools, Christian religious schools, mind you, eventually there was a later, it was pushed by Nixon specifically before Carter, and he really said, okay, if you're not going to allow any children into these schools, we are going to get rid of your tax-exempt status, period. And this is where the religious right, because they were religious schools, right, started saying, you are attacking our religious freedom, when in fact, they were just attacking racism. So please continue, Mike.
Can do. Well, this portion of things I did actually know already, starting as early as the 70s, 1970, he created the Heritage Foundation. Weyrich created the Heritage Foundation. The Free Congress Foundation, Committee for the Survival of a Free Congress, and the American Legislative Exchange Council, which are all large and powerful right-wing political organizations that push evangelical theology into U.S. politics, even to this day. The CSFC was instrumental in helping create the moral majority and was in regular close collaboration with Laszlo Pastor, a former leader of the pro-Nazi Arrow Cross Party in Hungary, which had collaborated with that one evil Austrian dude's Third Reich.
You want to continue there?
In a leaked video, he said, very frankly, now many of our Christians have what I call the go-go syndrome,
The
good government. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
Goo syndrome, good government. They want everybody to vote. I don't want everybody. I'm so sorry. It's been a long day for me. I don't want everybody to vote. Elections are not won by the majority of people. They have been from the beginning of our country, and they are not now as a matter of fact. Our leverage in the elections, quite candidly, goes up against the voting populace, goes down.
Yeah, we'll go over and give a quick look at that video here. And this is where it really comes down to is like they once again, and we're just reiterating a point, but it's important that we keep reiterating this. They are not actually for democracy. Like they are for their religious right. They are for their team. That's an interesting little wiggle you got going there, Sloops.
I can't tell if that dude's bald or not. Sorry,
I think he eventually is bald.
I
So
mean,
let's
probably, but
give this a watch.
I mean, just that picture.
Now, many of our Christians have what I call
That's
the
as
guru
loud as it
syndrome.
goes.
Good government. They want everybody to vote. I don't want everybody to vote. Elections are not won by a majority of people. They never have been from the beginning of our country, and they are not now.
What's up?
I don't want everybody to vote.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's literally the title of the video. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry.
So, and we'll go into it after he's done here, but let me kick it back a little bit.
Majority of people, they never have been from the beginning of our country, and they are not now. As a matter of fact, our leverage in the elections, quite candidly, goes up as the voting populace goes down.
So the reason that he's saying that is because he's essentially banking on, and this is still the same platform that modern day religious conservatives work on, is they are hoping that their base, who is legitimately, they're very consistent at showing up to the polls, but it's a small group, right? So the more of the larger group or the majority that votes reduces the power of that small group. They want to control with a minority. So before he died, he argued that conservatives should be fighting to return to family structures of the 1950s, a goal that has been picked up by leaders after him. So I've got a video here that goes into detail about specifically who Paul Weyrich is, and we're going to kind of start it a little bit into the video where we're listening to this other academic who has very in detail studied that has studied this this entire issue. Essentially what I will do is I'm going to share in chat. This gentleman here has talked in detail and at great lengths about the religious conservative movement and their entire game plan and how it has progressed throughout the past 4 decades. So I'll put that in chat as just kind of like an additional thing if you want to check it out. I recommend, if you are interested in this, he goes into much more detail. He does it in an academic sense. This is more kind of a played up for just a general audience, whereas that is in an actual academic setting. So let's give this a watch here.
In racial segregation or racial discrimination is not, by definition, a charitable institution.
The following year, President Richard Nixon ordered the IRS to enact new policy denying exemptions to all segregated schools. In 1971, the Green v. Connolly District Court case ruling upheld the new IRS policy, and evangelical leaders didn't like it, which is where Paul Weyrich re-enters our story.
Paul Weyrich finally found the issue that would get the attention of people like Jerry Falwell, who had his own segregation academy in Lynchburg, Virginia, Bob Jones Jr. of Bob Jones University, and a broader array of evangelical leaders.
Weyrich and Falwell managed to shift the grounds of the debate. They turned it into a conversation about government interference and religious freedom, instead of what it really was, a defense of racist policies. They used the issue to attack Democratic President and evangelical Jimmy Carter, even though it was Republican President Richard Nixon who came down hard on segregation academies. Bob Jones University lost its tax exemption status a year and a day before Carter was inaugurated. So Weyrich had figured out how to win over evangelical leaders. But to win elections, he still needed an issue to get grassroots evangelical voters to the polls. He realized that defending racial discrimination might not be it. Now this is where the abortion debate comes in. Here's Falwell in 1982.
It began in January of 73 when the Supreme Court in Roe versus Wade ruled abortion legal on demand.
But pause. Ballmer says evangelical leaders didn't pursue abortion as an issue right away.
Jerry Falwell, by his own admission, did not preach against abortion until February of 1978, more than 5 years after the Roe v. Wade decision of 1973. The key moment for abortion comes in the 1978 midterm elections.
So this one is kind of interesting because the religious right is like they're so adamant about this, they are willing to even go against their own evangelicals, which Jimmy Carter was a very clear-cut evangelical. He literally was reading Bible verses on a regular basis when he was, giving his speeches and such.
Eric then resolved that he would...
Even as soon as Trump was starting to say anything that was against what the evangelicals would say, like his own supporters were turning against him too. So,
right.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I do want to point out, aren't evangelical Christians basically the Christian equivalent to religious extremism?
Pretty much, to an
Yes.
extent.
Can we just cut out the word evangelical from the English lexicon and just make it extremist?
Here's the thing about that, and this is coming from someone who was an evangelical at one point. I was, but I am no longer part of that. Yeah, I was. And I'll explain why. Here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing about that though. The evangelicals, they often think that a lot of the things that go on, even the stuff that's not even relevant to what the Bible says, they will take it as some sort of a sign that the end times are coming. Like, for example, they think that certain music summons demons, or D&D summons demons and brings forth the devil, and the list goes on, which I'm sure some of you have heard before. So that's
the Satanic Panic,
particularly new. Yeah, exactly. Yes, and when I was being transformed into them, I had a guy tell me that certain music that I was listening to back then was considered a demonic music simply because of what the band name was, what the lyrics were, even though despite the fact that it's all for show and they actually really don't mean any of this, and some of it even has a story behind it. Like, for example, they looked up Avenged Sevenfold because that used to be my favorite band back in my high school years.
They were everybody's favorite in high school.
Yes. So, and there was a song that they wrote called God Hates Us All, because they did, and the person that told me that this was demonic because simply for the fact that it says that God hates us all. But the reason why they actually wrote that was because their manager died. He died tragically, and they were very close to their manager, and they felt lost without him. So they felt like they were pissed at the world, and they just felt like that everything was just going wrong for them. That's why they wrote that. It was to express how they felt. They didn't actually say that God hated us. That's just how they felt. See, like I said, they easily misconstrue things. And even if you try, and not to mention, they will also say that politics and religion go together, but also at the same time, Christians aren't supposed to vote, because if you vote for a certain candidate, you develop a soul tie with that candidate. And I actually argued that point before. I was like, so if I'm in class and I have to vote between pepperoni pizza and sausage pizza, and I vote for pepperoni, I have a soul tie to pepperoni pizza.
Yeah, it's not meant to make sense.
So
Exactly.
actually,
of course not.
I'm curious. So I feel like that's almost like a common experience that people have had, like in high school. Because I literally had somebody sit me down. That was a friend of mine. His father sat me down because I really liked the song "Aerials" by System of a Down, and he literally like made me sit down and listen to the song with him, and he explained to me why it was against the Christian faith and like why um, I needed to look at the meaning of the song and why it was like basically satanic worshiping.
hmm Yeah, and now here is the thing. But they are, but however, but to play devil's advocate here, they're not 100% incorrect though about music, because there is music that is literally called satanic death metal. So
Yeah,
so they
it's fucking metal.
Yeah.
You don't
right
need to tell
exactly
me that shit. It's my favorite
right
style of music.
Well, and once
yeah
again, who fucking cares, you fucking nerds? Like, not you guys,
exactly
Exactly.
but like I'm saying,
We're
I will
nerds, dude. You can
never,
say it.
I will never accept that evangelicals and highly religious people aren't religious nerds. Like they literally ridiculously just pine over these texts and try to use postmodern interpretations of ancient books when the books weren't written in the modern age. They didn't write those texts in the postmodern sense. They didn't even understand postmodern interpretation in the freaking Iron Age, which is when, essentially the New Testament was, came to fruition. And it's like the Bronze Age is when the Old Testament was, came to be. And it's like, guys, you're taking a postmodern interpretation of something, of a text that was written prior to anyone knowing what the fuck postmodern thought was. Most people in that age didn't even know how to read, period. So I'm just saying, like, like the entire basis for all of these kind of theologians that try to take postmodern interpretations of a Bronze and Iron Age text is a fucking worthless profession. It is worthless. It makes no sense whatsoever. The only thing that theology is useful for, or a theological major, or whatever, is for just cataloging the actual texts, cataloging the history of it. That is useful, but like taking this postmodern interpretation is silly. It makes no sense whatsoever.
right
Uh,
yeah and a lot of times that yeah, like, and I also remember that they would like they would also, like, I remember that I seen these videos of like certain like world leaders, like they were trying to make a speech of some sort. Like there was this one that this guy was trying to, I think it had something to do with, I can't remember what it was, but apparently what happened was, in mid sentence his voice all of a sudden got lost, and they took that as God punishing that guy by taking his tongues away because he was speaking blasphemy against the
Wow.
Holy Spirit. Like that kind of thing. Like I said, even if it's something that is completely irrelevant to what they're talking about, they will take it as a sign of some sort of a prophecy.
Right.
That's how it
That's
works.
the whole puddle analogy, right? Like they take it as prophecy, but really it's kind of like that analogy of the puddle says, "Wow, this hole was made perfectly for me." When it's like, no, you're a puddle and you just formed to be in the the environment that you were poured into. But I want
And
to
not
address Almond's question here, and I think I did say that, but I said it quickly here. Is yes, I do agree that theological study, just to try to understand the past and to understand theology, or religions of the past, or kind of like study that from a historical perspective, is useful. But the thing that I'm saying is, like, these universities and I'm saying this very loosely in this case, but like these schools of thought, like the Answers in Genesis, and some of these just really wacky preachers in that, like Joel Osteen, for example, which is like a pretty well-known name. It's useless, and it's literally charlatanism. Like, to even say that there's a useful, anything for what those people do. And once again, what we're talking about, taking a postmodern interpretation of a Bronze and Iron Age text, you're worthless. You're literally just making shit up. You might as well, you have as much credibility as freaking Joseph Smith, who is literally making shit up. He was known
Dum
for
dum
making
dum
shit
dum
up.
dum.
So I'm just saying,
Thank you.
it's.
Somebody knows it.
But we need
Joseph
to.
Smith, he was a prophet. Dum 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 dum.
So I want to continue on with this video because we do have a lot of stuff to get through.
Actually, there's one more thing I wanted to quickly add on too. The most funniest thing though is they also will even take dreams, just random dreams, as a prophecy sign. Like, for example, there was this woman who apparently had a dream that she saw death, the entity of death himself, ride a speedboat. Get ready for this. I'm not making this up. The entity of death was riding a speedboat, and then following behind him on a ski was Barack Obama. And here's what she got from this. Get ready. Yeah, Obama. That not only did they confirm that Barack Obama was the Antichrist, but it also predicted that because when the 2016 election was happening, that was also planned that Obama's true form, the Antichrist, would reveal himself and steal the election and gain political power, which would then start the Great Tribulation.
Yeah, that's
Obamacare.
Yeah,
straight up QAnon nonsense.
And what's also funny about that, in the Bible, in the book of John, there is a verse that says to do not listen to dreams. And there's a scientific explanation as to why the book of John says do not listen to dreams, because it's random neurons firing in your brain when you sleep. It's common.
Just making shit up and just hey.
Yeah. There's a scientific explanation for that. They even figure it out, like, dreams. Well, that's not always that. A lot of times dreams are just random. Yeah, because again, random. There is a scientific explanation. When you dream, when you are asleep, your memory, when you enter REM sleep, your neurons are on overtime because they're recollecting the memories, everything that you've learned. And while they're and when random firing happens in your neurons in your brain, it causes you to dream. And that's what sometimes you'll get dreams like you're probably in a school with no clothes on. That's because random neurons of your memory are being fired at random moments, causing these dreams to not make sense half the time. That's why the book of John says, do not listen to the dreams. No man will not know what day or the hour of the Great Tribulation. And here's these evangelicals trying to predict the end of the world every other freaking week.
When the book of John was written, they didn't understand that. Like, I'm just saying, like, I get what you're getting at there, but like you're giving way too much credit, because I'm just saying.
I didn't mean to do that. I was just saying, like, there's a scientific explanation. No, I was not giving him credit for it. I'm just saying there is a scientific explanation behind that.
So what I was trying to get at is, like, many prophets, by the way, many prophets specifically in the Bible, and definitely in the Quran. Hey guys, Muhammad was tripping in a cave, guys. Like, I'm just saying, like, these motherfuckers will, like, literally be like, oh, I'm gonna worship this person, when it's like, dude, they didn't understand neuroscience, and they were literally just like huffing desert herbs and just tripping their balls off, and then taking that as like some divine precedent. And they didn't understand any better. So, like, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. Like, to them, it absolutely was like a very moving and beautiful experience. And there is, in fact, like in the Quran specifically, some moving experiences. And we're getting a little bit off track because we're talking about the religious right in the U.S., which is Christianity. But it moves even to, like, people like freaking Paul, which is the whole basis for, like, one of the bigger bases for the Christian religion is Paul's, vision of this essentially floating ghost Jesus on his road. What is it, to Damascus? When he sees this vision, and it's like Paul. For all we know, Paul could have just been like bored on his on his walk and just freaking huffing some herbs and is all like, oh yeah, I freaking saw this Jesus guy, and man, that was a crazy ride, bro. Like I'm just saying, it's just so freaking bizarre that people even
write that shit down.
I'm just saying, it's like so bizarre that first off, we're going to believe some complete nonsense from some guy that was from freaking forever ago, like I said, in the Iron Age. But beyond that, we know that back then they saw tripping the balls on various substances to like be almost like the oracle from Greek or Roman times. I mean, they saw that as like actual prophecies. So it blows my mind that people take so much credit out of these ancient people. It's like, guys, they didn't understand shit about the mind. Like you're taking interpretations of shit that just absolutely makes no sense to take that interpretation. But we need to get to this video. I've
Christians be tripping.
To be fair, those people also probably don't understand the mind either. So
that's probably a good interpretation.
Because they were taught not to think for themselves or think freely. That's why.
And I can be compassionate with that because it's indoctrination, right? So like many of these people,
free thinkers,
these people, truthfully, and I'm not saying this is like a bad thing. I'm compassionate about it, because I went to Catholic school. I did believe in a deity at some point. You are indoctrinated into this. You, in many ways, don't have the capability of pushing past that groupthink unless you get out of the group and do your own research and are able to. And when I say do your own research, the best way of getting out of Christianity is actually sitting down and understanding and reading the Bible. Like that right in and of itself converts more people to a not overly religious mindset beyond ever reading anything from like Christopher Hitchens or Richard Dawkins. But let's continue with who Paul Weyrich is, because that's important for what we're talking about today, specifically about Roe v. Wade. And sorry for the tangent there, but I think that was some important discussion. Thank you for that, everybody.
Go out and elect some improbable people.
Weyrich threw all his effort into getting anti-abortion Republican candidates elected in Minnesota and Iowa.
The final weekend of the campaign, pro-lifers leafleted church parking lots. And 2 days later, in an election with a very low turnout, all 4 Democratic nominees lost to pro-life Republicans.
That's where Weyrich realized abortion was the issue he could use to bring evangelicals to the polls, and maybe even turn them against one of their own, President Jimmy Carter. Before he was elected, Jimmy Carter was a Southern Baptist Sunday school teacher.
And what doth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love?
So I hate to interrupt, but I think they have a very good point there, which is there are many right-sided or Republican candidates that actually don't believe in abortion that are willing to use it as a tool to get the evangelical vote, just so they can get into office. Like, because when it comes down to it, if they really want an abortion, they'll just go get it.
Right. I mean, if you're to that level or that power, I mean, it just you have enough resources to where it's not a big deal for you. You can essentially move past the rules,
The rules do not apply to me; they apply to thee.
Absolutely.
Yeah, self-righteousness, which is supposed to be a sin.
So I'm just saying, we just recently heard that, what is it, that Jesse Lee Peterson guy, that very religious dude was straight up just having gay sex all the time, which good for him. I'm not saying that's bad, but I'm just saying he was, I'm not kink shaming. I'm saying good for him. Keep on having the butt sex, bro. keep on throating that cock. But I'm just saying, seriously, this guy was just like anti-gay in his rhetoric on his multiple media channels, and that it's like, it is just inherently often very hypocritical to have these stances where you're radically against something. It's like you guys are always going to do that. You're just trying to push this to kind of enact power.
Sometimes I almost think that might be the kink, is to be like, no, you can't be doing that, and like to like naysay it, and then just like behind closed doors, you either throw some dick, or you're like, I'm gonna be a cuck and watch my wife get fucked by somebody else, and then I'll abort the baby later.
Once again, go do that. Like, I'm not here saying don't do that, but I will ridicule people when they're just like literally persecuting other people and just spreading this hateful rhetoric, and they're the like, you know, like essentially the throat goat, you know? Like, it's like, come on guys, like what the fuck are you doing? Ridiculous.
Idea of progressive evangelicalism and won the presidential election in 1976. In 1979, Falwell created a group called the Moral Majority, but the term was actually coined by Weyrich. The Moral Majority declared war on abortion and homosexuality. Then the group enlisted the help of Francis.
Look at this dude.
What the fuck is that guy? Is he wearing grills? I saw a glint in his mouth. Is he seriously got gold teeth or something?
Wow.
He's like Pimp Daddy Colonel Sanders or something.
Yeah, that's a look right there. But let's be fair, it is the 70s. The 70s was a different time.
Yeah, he actually does look like he does look like he knows what the 9 secret spices are.
It's 11 herbs and spices, and I can list them for you.
11 herbs and spices, sorry.
Oh, man.
They are not really a secret anymore. It's been out for a long time.
Schaefer. Schaefer worked with C. Everett Koop to produce a series of films called Whatever Happened to the Human Race, and toured the country screening them for evangelical audiences. Here's what the films looked like.
The fact that human life is being devaluated.
Look at those. He's got capris on right now.
He's wearing capris, knee-high socks, and buckled shoes like a fucking pilgrim.
Not gonna lie, this guy actually would make a pretty good modern-day hippie, probably.
He would make an excellent modern-day pilgrim.
Oh my goodness, man. This guy is... Okay.
Demonstrated by some of the major issues which are being debated by society today. Abortion, infanticide, euthanasia.
And as that series of films,
he's like, hey guys, where are we gonna have this shot where we talk about euthanasia and this? Let's
go on the set of Waterworld.
Yeah, let's sit on a pipe, bro. And by the way, let's get a baby carriage and just fucking throw it over there.
Hey, you know the opening scene of Terminator? There's your shot.
I feel like that baby carriage actually wasn't there when they filmed this.
Yes,
originally, like not originally, but like they placed the baby carriage there. That was intentional. They found the rubbish and then they added the baby carriage, and they're like, all right, here's the framed shot.
On their way to filming, they just decided they saw a woman pushing a carriage down the street and like, there it is, get her.
They're all like, this'll pull at the heartstrings. Oh yeah.
Begins to travel and circulate across North America. Evangelicals become finally attuned to the abortion issue in advance of the 1980 presidential campaign.
Ronald Reagan courted conservative evangelicals, and he won their support despite the fact that he signed a bill making it easier for women to have abortions back when he was the governor of California. Here he is employing explicitly religious language in his acceptance speech.
Can we begin our crusades? Join together in a moment of silent prayer.
So
okay, I think it's bedtime for Bonzo, you guys.
So I'm just saying that it's kind of interesting that Ronald Reagan, of all people, would be trying to claim that he's like this super hyper religious guy when Nancy Reagan was the literal throat goat. Like, she was known for slobbering on I'm just saying, like, she was literally
I didn't know about
renowned.
Those.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Renowned?
She was renowned in the Hollywood scene for
that
slobbing the knob, being very good at it, being
I had
so
no
good
idea
at
that
it.
Nancy Reagan was such a good dick sucker.
Oh yes,
Is she still
yeah.
actually question? Is she still alive? Not like I'm trying to look her up or
Hey,
nothing.
if
but
she
she's still
is,
alive?
I'm just saying, without teeth, it's probably better. I'm just, hey,
I mean,
and
take
good
it
for
from
her.
Lance. He knows what it's like to give a good gummer.
Good for her. Keep it on, Nancy. Keep going. I'm saying, but at the same time, you can't be a hypocrite and just be pushing this religious shit. That's really what the point is. I want Nancy to continue pleasuring people and spreading the love. Keep it on, Nancy. But man,
A salute to Nancy Reagan for giving the best damn Hummer you've ever heard of. Everyone salute to Miss Nancy Reagan.
Acceptance speech.
Can we begin our crusade?
I feel like I should be standing.
Join together in a moment of
I'm not
silent
standing.
prayer.
Reagan is a man who wasn't even a regular church attendee. Yet during his presidential campaign, he
Reagan's church. There she is.
spoke to 10,000 evangelicals at a rally
She's
in
got the
Dallas,
pearl
Texas.
necklace and
He
everything.
talked about
Oh,
the
yeah.
unconstitutional
spotted her
regulatory
next line.
agenda.
If you look really
directed by
close
the-
on her right cheek, you can see a little splatter that he left the previous night.
That was the pearl necklace joke. But
Hey, they're
she's not
married,
actually
so I'm
wearing a
just
pearl
saying, like,
necklace.
that
I mean,
is
they're married,
within
so
the
it
sanctity
follows
of
the
marriage.
Christian doctrine. So,
Isn't that
you know.
sodomy though? Like I thought sodomy was like anything that
It
was
is considered
not
sodomy, yeah.
procreation. So,
Yeah, I mean that's the textbook definition
You're,
of sodomy.
you're only supposed to be doing one thing on your knees when it comes to Christianity. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
praying that is, yeah.
IRS
Or you know,
against
unless you're an altar boy.
independent schools, aka segregation academies.
He mentions creationism. He also mentions the Internal Revenue Service going after the tax-exempt status of segregation academies. He does not mention abortion in the course of that speech. So even as late as August 1980, the Republican Party was not sure that abortion would work for them as a political issue.
Listen, there are a number of reasons Reagan won the election, but he very well might have tapped into something that Trump and Steve Bannon utilized decades later.
In the 2016 election, 81% of white evangelicals voted for Donald Trump, a man who, at least on the face of it, does not seem to be a logical representative for family values. Evangelicals have been able to persuade, at least themselves, that they are victims of some sort of religious discrimination.
Christianity, it's under siege.
Farmer also says there are parallels between the beginnings of the religious right and the rhetoric that Donald Trump used during his presidential campaign.
The 2016 election allowed
Stormy Daniels.
the religious right finally to circle back to the founding principles of their movement. And the founding principles, sadly enough, are racism and racial segregation.
So, please, Dylan, continue on in the doc there, because we're going to continue with what they were talking about there, right?
Right. And one thing that the above video points out is that the evangelical rights political movement began in the late 60s and early to mid 70s on the platform of racism and white supremacy. This is still among many, but not all members of the current day GOP, a motivation for pushing their policies upon the populace. They aren't even hiding it with dog whistles anymore.
Yeah, let's give this a look. This is recent here.
I just want to mention every time I see a picture of Franklin, he looks like he's so done with everybody's shit. But anyway.
Let's give this a look.
So again, utilize white supremacist fears, which are the underpinnings of American society, which literally are in the foundation to justify this ultra-fascist Christian fucking attitude. And that very same attitude exists to this fucking day. Christianity on its own would not have been able to guide people. So he didn't just say it's because, God said so. He said white race is under attack. White supremacy is always so fucking good for guiding these fucking ass.
What's up?
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
Assholes, okay? Even if they don't personally believe in the religious element, they will literally fucking advocate for it on the basis of white supremacy and upholding white purity. Of course, on the one hand, while they were, and this is exactly the same attitude that Hitler had, by the way, exactly. On the one hand, they were doing forcible sterilization of indigenous and black people, but also, on the other hand, they were advocating for a ban on abortion for white Protestants and just white women in general. He was fearful that Chinese migrants were going to populate the country. It was going to be African Americans, the newly freed people, and the Catholics. They are not the ones using abortion. It's our, Yankee women who are using abortion, trying to get into medical school, trying to do politics when they should be at home having babies and taking care of them. That was the established attitude. And of course, if you are thinking that it's like very different now, make no mistake, famous.
So he's talking about, actually, I need to give some context here. He's talking about a Reagan from a different time, from the 1800s, not Ronald Reagan specifically, but he's leading into the point that I was wanting to make. I actually did the timestamp in this video a little bit too soon, so I had to give that context there.
The Naperville's very own fuck.
What was that? Sorry.
My uncle's theory was correct, because my mom brought this up to me yesterday because she visited my uncle who he's trying to get out of politics. He was kind of a conspiracy theorist, but I don't know if he is that anymore, because he went through he was just kind of pissed at the world because he lost his wife to a disease. But anyways, she was talking to my mom yesterday, and and it sounds like the way that this guy, this guy here is saying, it sounds like that my uncle's theory is starting to sound more correct than it is a theory, because because I said before this podcast happened, it's just they're not even doing this for religious purposes. They're just exploiting the Christian faith,
yes,
just to advance another agenda.
The fascist agenda. Yep.
Exactly. Yeah, but what I did not realize and did not think of was that this is also a racial purity kind of thing too,
yes,
to target those who are not white, and because Caucasians are starting to become the minority group in America, because we've had so many immigrants coming in the past couple of decades, and and then with blacks getting more right and all that.
Yeah.
So now it's, and what history was that because of this and why they overturned it, even though they're saying, oh, well, we can't overturn the right to bear arms because it's unconstitutional, but abortion was constitutional too. But oh wait, but we don't have enough white people in our country anymore, do we?
What
no,
you're talking,
ban abortion.
What you're describing right
Literally,
now is the great replacement theory.
There are white people that are like, I'm becoming the minority, and they're fucking terrified by it.
It's QAnon. It's spread even worse because of QAnon, but it's called the Great Replacement Theory, and it's modern. It's straight up modern white supremacist fascist rhetoric, like it.
Well, isn't that what drove that guy in Buffalo, New York, to kill like those black people at that?
Yep. Yep, over at the grocery store. And, he literally said that multiple times. I don't even want to call it a manifesto, but in his document, like the media said it was a manifesto. It was just a crazy document, like from a crazy person.
Isn't that what a manifesto is?
No, not necessarily, because, there are actual manifestos that aren't from crazy people. They're just talking about, like, an actual political movement or whatever.
Is there like a word count, like you have to meet for it to become a manifesto, or
no?
I think the book written by O.J. Simpson, If I Did It, is a manifesto.
Okay,
it's long enough. Could be.
Fair enough. Well,
I just don't understand. I just don't understand how that isn't enough compared to previous events prior to the Buffalo, New York shooting. Why the KKK and the white supremacists and the Proud Boys is not considered a domestic terrorist group?
Yeah, they are.
How?
Oh, they are.
How are they not classified as that? Don't understand.
No, ACLU
they absolutely are, dude.
The ACLU definitely classifies them. I've done a decent amount of research into Kyle Rittenhouse, and that was a whole freaking rabbit hole, man. Because I wanted to just talk about those shootings and the morality of what he did, which I think he's a moral monster. Like, granted, I think that, I'm not even going to give him the benefit of the doubt because of how he's been in the media afterwards. So he is just a straight up moral monster.
I feel like that kid has also been like given very bad guidance from people who are probably mentors to him too. Not trying to defend the kid, but he is probably impressionable at the age that he is, and like everybody around him is probably like almost fucking cheering him on or like egging him on, and he thinks he's doing the right thing because of the influence that he has had.
Right. I don't want
And-
to get down the. I don't want to talk about the
who
Rittenhouse guy. I want to
Right.
talk specifically about the
Anyway.
right-wing militias. Many of them are actually by the ACLU and the Southern Poverty Law Center and a few others absolutely categorized as terrorist groups. So yeah.
So they are classified as terrorists.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
thought I was under the impression they weren't. Oh,
Yep,
good to know.
absolutely.
I mean, the Proud Boys especially are considered a terrorist group.
Now, I will say that the Proud Boys specifically are not white supremacists. There's certainly white supremacists within that group. Those are self-proclaimed male chauvinists.
Yeah.
Like they have like kind of
they're
for lack of a better
incels
term,
to the nth degree.
For lack of a better term,
they should be now because they participated in the Capitol riot.
Yeah. And one of the guys that founded that group, and I'm blanking on his name right now, he literally founded Vice. I'm pretty sure it's either Vox or Vice. He was like the founder.
Pretty sure it was Vox.
Yeah, he was one of the founders. But
also, the actual leader of the Proud Boys is black.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, just like one of the three guys who came up with the slavery system was also black.
Yeah. All right, let's continue on this video here, because we're gonna see they don't even use dog whistles anymore. It's coming up here pretty quick.
A Nazi, what the fuck, whatever the fuck her name was, it was Marie Miller or whatever, also gave the game away when she spoke at this fucking Trump rally where she.
This was recently, by the way, June 25th, guys. So this
Jesus
is
Christ.
Literally 5 days ago.
No. I've seen that. It's hilarious.
Yeah. He had this
Hitler
to say.
was right about one thing. What the fuck?
Trump, on behalf of all the MAGA patriots in America, I want to thank you for the historic victory for white life in the Supreme Court yesterday.
That's
like she didn't even flinch. It was a these people are always very often like, oh, and they do the same thing for Trump.
For Biden, they like as soon as he says anything that could even be misconstrued out of context,
right,
as being like racist, they're gonna jump on it. Like,
yeah. Definitely. But
or just any mix up that he says, because I'm sure because he said because like in his speech today at NATO, he said the attack on Ukraine from Ukraine or something like that, but he meant to say Russia. I'm like, he said Ukraine on Ukraine. What a dumbass.
The dude's got a literal fucking stutter. So
yeah, he
does.
Yeah, he's not a great public speaker. In fact, I would say he's a bad public speaker. In fact, I would say, and I'm not ashamed at all to saying this, he's just not a great president. I mean,
no, and I would agree with that, but
yeah,
he's mediocre.
He's better than a fascist.
Better than what we had.
No shit.
He's better than a straight up fascist that tried to subvert our democracy, and actually is succeeding. I mean, let's be honest. He appointed those judges, so he is, in fact, even though he's not currently president, he's currently subverting our democracy indirectly. But let's continue on, because we've got a lot more stuff to get to, and we're already at an hour 20 minutes. So let's keep going.
Yeah,
it's weird, man. What the fuck? That's crazy. I'm sure she hasn't said anything else that's like super suspicious at all, right?
Win a few elections, we're still going to be losing unless we win the hearts and minds of our children. This is the battle. Hitler was right on one thing. He said, whoever has the youth has the future. Our children are being propagandized.
Huh. So maybe she's not misspeaking. Maybe it wasn't a fucking slip of the tongue. Maybe it's just straight up her fucking worldview. Come on, brothers and sisters. You can't get to a point where you say Hitler was
fucked up.
I don't think she cares. Like, I'm just saying, they don't care at this point, Shloop. Like they are very like, and we'll get into it here because we're going to talk about gerrymandering and stuff, but like they are very emboldened because they have rigged the system. They don't have to care or even use dog whistles anymore because they have rigged the system to their favor. They don't even have to get the majority of votes in order to continue getting elected.
And I would all like, fuck. I hate that you're right about that too, because like, I don't know. Before Trump was president, there was a long time where I like, yeah, these people like they're gonna say they're racist shit or whatever. Like, but hopefully the general public is fucking smart enough to see through the bullshit. But now they're like, you just have a bunch of people that are like fucking getting behind it.
When has the general public ever been smart enough to see through any political bullshit?
Hey, we don't need to be attacking the public in this. Like, agree with you, but like we need to be building up solidarity.
I mean, I have solidarity to an extent, but I have to admit, the moral majority has really kind of tainted the idea that the general public can be trusted with any rational thought on public or religious aspects.
They're manipulated, though.
That might just be diluted by like the way that media is portrayed.
Yeah, misinformation is powerful.
Yeah,
Loose lip sync ships, right?
Yeah, because the media was supposed to inform, and the media, and there's so many biases that and so many of these, and there's oh god, I can't talk today. There's so much misinformation that the media puts out, and not to mention they're all more worried about ratings and profit margins instead of just getting the message out there.
It's much easier for like the minority to be much louder than what they actually are. Like they can.
Oh yeah.
Like especially when you have when the majority is passive anyways, and then you have the minority that wants to go through and like reproject this rhetoric of the right. Like I think a lot of people I'm in that same house of I'm probably more left leaning and have open views and like and willing to like accept people as they are, but I don't voice it as much. Whereas like people on the right, they have strong like opinions on things, but they're going to be more likely to go to Facebook, Twitter, whatever, and like try and rally people for their cause. Where I'm like, I don't know. I feel like the cause that I would get behind should just be what people naturally get behind. And so I'm not going out to Facebook. I'm not going out to Twitter and being like, yo, look at this Roe v. Wade thing. Look at what's happening in our government. We have to do something about this. Because in my mind, that should just be the natural consensus that everybody has anyways. But you have people on the right who they're very strongly trying to like get their agenda done. And so they're going to try and rally everybody that they can on their side. And I hate trying to make it like a us versus them thing, but to them, it's an us versus them though.
Well, right now, though, and I want to be clear about this, we have to, like, this is where the left and, even, progressives, right, like, that are even further left, they're messing up because, like, once again, these religious right and, like, in general, like, the right, they're willing to they're willing to break the rules. And I'm just really sick of these people that are like, hey guys, we've got to like go higher, like we can't quote unquote stoop to their level. This is why centrists are ill-equipped to deal with these fascist motherfuckers. They're never going to win. They are going to perpetually lose over and over and over again because they're have like this sense of like this do-gooderness where the other side is never again. Like we are seeing this, like, right? They're rolling back Miranda rights. They're rolling back the EPA. They're rolling back like just human rights. They're not playing by the rules. I'm sorry.
What upsets me about those things happening is that it has really nothing to do with like the majority that actually voted for Biden. It's the majority of people that voted for their state representatives. And so it's not, I don't think it's a good indication of what the majority of Americans think. it's a good indication of what was elected into offices as far as like our representatives. And if they were to go through and like instead of taking vote from our representatives and actually like do a public vote like we would for president or just like for general elections and stuff like that, I don't think the shit would happen. But instead, for a lot of states, the representatives that were elected happen to be right leaning for some reason, and this is what's happened.
Well, I'll tell
is
you the
that.
reason here in a bit, but
Okay.
we're almost about to get to it. But I'm just gonna read through a bunch of stuff here because we are far behind. Like we're literally on page 5 out of 13, so I've got to get through a bunch of this because it's important information. So we're just going to talk about the abortion discussion. We've just hit the history, and I think that a lot of the points we may be later able to kind of gloss over because we've already talked about them. But let's get into it. So I very often engage with people on the internet. I know. What the fuck, Jason? Well, that's a whole other subject I'm not going to get into, but if you're curious, I made a video about it on my YouTube channel in my own name, Jason Bergmeyer, entitled Debates an Act of Compassion. Feel free to check it out if you're so inclined. Shameless plug. It is actually an informational video.
Like and subscribe.
Right. So given that I talked with a lot of, and I'm being very generous here, internet experts, as they say, I get the chance to see a lot of propagandist and brain-dead takes on the abortion discussion. And this is something that I think is very important for what we're talking about today. We're going to go through and talk about a lot of the main arguments I hear regularly in regard to safe abortions being legally protected, or being a legally protected basic human right. So here's the first one. Federally overturning abortion doesn't mean it's banned. It's up to the states. Get out and change your state laws. Democracy, baby. Well, there's a big problem. And we've talked about it a bit here, so I'm just going to kind of read through this. Republicans don't give a crap about democracy. They only care about winning for their team using any means necessary, including subverting that democracy. We've already seen this. This isn't us being radical and just saying things because we're upset at like the other political party or anything. They literally are ruling from a minority stance, or from the actual minority, which is in fact not democracy. That's not the way that democracy works inherently. This campaign against fair voting has come to fruition in modern society, as we can clearly see, via gerrymandering and quote-unquote redlining that's easily seen if you look at pretty much any political map of the United States. So we're going to go over and look at this 4-minute video here from Fusion. Be sure to check out their channel if you like this content. We do not own the rights to this content, but we will be commenting on it and also, giving our take as well. So I've already pre-watched this video. If you would, everybody else, please kind of give some commentary here after the video runs, but I have to go hit the restroom real quick. I'm just going to start this video for you.
So Donald Trump was elected president, and now Republicans control the Senate, the House of Representatives, 33 out of 50 governorships, and 32 state legislatures. So while Republicans control our government basically at every level, the Democrats have a shot to fight back in 2 years, right? Wrong! That's because Republicans enjoy a series of structural advantages in our system. For example, Hillary Clinton earned almost 3 million more votes than Donald Trump. But she isn't president because of the Electoral College. The U.S. isn't shifting towards conservatism. Republicans are just far, far better at rigging the system to remain in power. One of the main ways they do this is gerrymandering.
Gerrymandering is the art of drawing political
The system's rigged, but we're not going to tell you who's
to
rigged for
give
it.
your side an advantage. It is legal, and it goes back to the dawn of America.
That's David Daley. He wrote this book.
We are the only democracy in the world that allows politicians to choose their own voters.
Look at this strange shape. You won't find this in a geometry textbook, but you will find it in North Carolina's 4th District. Gerrymandering has been around forever. But in 2010, we saw
gerrymandering on steroids. What the Republicans do in 2010 is use gerrymandering as a blunt force, a partisan weapon, in order to govern from the minority.
Here's what happened. Republicans devised something called Red Map, which had 2 parts. First, they targeted traditionally swing state legislatures and convinced national donors to pour money into those races.
Well, we raised $30 million.
That's Chris Jankowski.
So this guy here, and sorry, I am back, but the guy that he was just showing, and not the guy who's in the process of blinking right here, that guy, like, literally... But I'm just saying, like, that other guy, he's unabashedly just like, yep, this is what we did. Like, I'm just saying, oh yeah, we're just fucking subverting democracy. Whatever, guys. You know, no big deal.
This is America.
It's fucking legal. Come on. Like, we don't give a shit about, like, what fairness is or what the majority is. You know, like, let's just, it's legal. Come on.
Same thing as, like, tax loopholes, man. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, what we're doing is not illegal, so.
Right. Never mind that it's immoral as fuck and completely subverts the entire system that we're supposed to use to actually, enable the will of the people. Never mind that. It's the law, baby. Let's fucking do it, you know?
He came up with Red Map, and it worked.
We had an election where we set a record for any political party in history in the net gain of state legislative seats.
Look at his eyes. He's fucking like, oh yeah. What of it, bro?
So you're saying we should just blame this guy, like, specifically?
He's just like,
for what he's
like, oh yeah,
that's right. All you Democrats, give me your women.
Yeah.
Over 700.
Yeah, and if I impregnate them, they have to have a baby. Oh yeah.
Part 2 is where things get really clever. Every 10 years, the United States has a census, and after each census, we redraw the voting district lines. The key here is that those who control state legislatures and governorships oversee the mapping and can manipulate it for political gain.
Red Map is the biggest political heist of the century, and they come out of 2010 with control of 2/3 of all of the legislative chambers.
Notice this guy who's like, I'm just making a joke here. I don't want to, like, be that guy that's talking about, but this guy has very little hair, and the other guy is like,
they kind of look like the same people but with different hairlines. Honestly,
right? This guy's like, "Fuck, dude, we're all fucked," and he has like very little hair, and the other guy's like, "Oh yeah, fucking subverting democracy. Oh yeah."
It's like they made clones, and this one's just ripping his hair out.
Right.
Like, fuck.
In America.
And so the map drawing began. And this wasn't your grandpappy's gerrymandering.
The biggest change has been technology. This data is being reduced to something that can be manipulated on an iPad.
Using a program called Maptitude, Republican strategists adjusted district lines street by street based on voting records and demographics and even magazine subscriptions. And it worked brilliantly. In 2012, the Democrats racked up 1.4 million more votes nationally for the House of Representatives, yet the Republicans held a strong majority of seats. Since then, Republicans have ruled Congress from a minority, and as politicians come from more and more secure local bases, they don't need to compromise. In fact, as we've seen with the rise of the Tea Party and the Freedom Caucus, compromise is seen as a weakness. Republicans literally shut down the government.
We have made these districts more extreme. We've made our politics more extreme. We've made it impossible for anything to get done.
We do have a civil war from a numbers standpoint.
Right.
Can get anything done. It leads to anger, and that anger gets easily appropriated by a strongman. That's Donald Trump.
So there you go. Republicans have used things like gerrymandering and voter ID laws to take over nearly every aspect of American politics. Now they get to rule even though they get fewer votes. Meanwhile, the Democrats can only kick themselves for not effectively exploiting the system to remain in power when they had the chance. I mean, they could have done things like automatic voter registration. At this point, the Republicans have gerrymandered so well that no matter what happens in the next 2 years, they're likely to maintain their majority in the House of Representatives in 2018. Don't worry, the Democrats still have the redistricting of 2031 to look forward to.
Yeah, exactly. So, Mike, would you please continue?
I
the doc there.
suppose. I mean, yeah.
That one was kind of a bummer, not gonna lie.
It really, really was.
I mean, this whole thing is a bummer. Let's be honest. Like this whole fucking thing is a bummer because we're just like seeing our democracy fall apart.
Yeah. Now, if Republicans can deter people from voting, they will always have the advantage at the polls. If they keep the advantage at the polls, then they will ultimately hold a consistent political strong arm in all levels of politics. And the recent push for Republicans to move things to states' rights is a calculated strategy to keep political power within the party. Republicans very often hold majorities in state legislatures through the rigging of elections. And just to add to that, wasn't the January 6th insurrection about rigged elections?
Yeah,
but not for the Republican Party.
Yeah, see, and that's the ironic and oxymoronic thing. While the Republicans, according to what we see here, have dominion, no matter how many few votes they get, they hold dominion. But because Donald Trump lost over some, and Donald Trump made a baseless conspiracy theory that the votes were fraudulent and stop all mail-in voting and it was rigged because if I don't win or get anything I want, it's because it's the deep state. Then they'll freaking they'll commit terrorism and do that shit. And also, what's funny about that was they were backing the blue. Oh, they were backing the blue, all right, into the stairs.
So this election was tremendous. I stole that fair and square. Give it back, Biden.
Just to be devil's advocate, did we ever see Trump's tax returns?
Nope.
Okay.
I thought they did force that to be released, but he just said, "Fuck it, I'm not doing it."
I mean, they got some tax returns from I think the early aughts, but nothing recent. And
just nothing that mattered.
Trump
thinks he's above the law. So if he's forced to do something legally, he always find a way to get out. I mean, you know how many people he screwed with his businesses. I mean, jeez.
I'm gonna follow Schloob's example here.
Wasn't trying to. Go ahead.
We're getting to a sidetrack here.
I'm just saying, just to play the devil's advocate here, it ain't just Trump. It's basically every Republican.
Yeah. So Schloobs, can you continue on with the doc, please?
Yeah. So in recent years, if their gerrymandering tactics don't succeed, they will simply try to throw out the election entirely. Whereas a decade or more ago, they would play the recount game in an attempt of swaying the public into thinking that the election system is unfair and that opposition has an advantage. Obviously, the recount game being back in the 2000s, Bush first, fucking. Why am I forgetting his name right now? Man, Bear, Pig.
Gore.
Gore. Thank
Al
you.
Gore. Yeah.
He invented the internet.
Out there, guys.
He invented the internet. I'm not sure how I forgot Gore's name right now, but he did not actually invent the internet. But anyways, Man, Bear, Pig is real. Make no mistake, the religion. Make no mistake, I'm super serial. The religious Republican right has the advantage. I'm super serial. They have played the long game and have chipped away at our democracy in the hope that they can cling to life without their outdated archaic values. And I think actually, I mean, that's a very good point to bring up, that this has been going on for probably even longer than we can even remember. I mean, back in 2000, I remember seeing the Bush versus Gore election, and I was convinced that Gore was going to win. I did not think that we were going to see a Bush presidency. I was only a teenager, but I figured the night of the counting, it didn't seem like it was that close of a race, but it just really came down to the Republican Party being no, fucking rigged election, voting machines are fucked up. Al Gore invented the internet, so he hacked it. I don't know, but they managed to get to the point where I think Gore was just fuck it, I'm not going to keep fighting this. I'm just going to go ahead and secede. But at least Gore was willing to secede. Look at the last election. We had somebody who quite obviously was beat, and he wouldn't fucking secede it. He still has he even to this today seceded that he lost the election. I think even until now, he's just
he has once
fucking rigged.
He has
No.
once.
Yeah, and that was
No.
that was like
But
that was like a
he then
slip.
backed it up. Like, I'm
Probably,
just saying
yeah.
he did in an interview say it. I think he slipped up, but he did actually say
I
that.
did hear in an interview he did like concede, but it wasn't like an official concession. It was just like everything that Trump does, which is like he accidentally says something that realistically he didn't actually mean, but really he did, like grab him by the pussy or something like that.
Right.
Which, yeah.
So, yeah, the next argument we're going to talk about that's common, here it is. Banning abortion is necessary because abortion is, quote unquote, killing children, or save the children, which we've heard forever. And Lance, would you mind giving a read on that one, please?
Sure thing, Jason. All right, strap in here, because this is going to be a long one. This argument of variations of it are used in most abortion discussion. Thematic arguments are great, but they're just a cornerstone for religious propaganda, mainly because the typical religious evangelical is largely victim to groupthink and also will not regularly seek out definitions or make strong attempts to research things themselves. They just don't do any of that.
Right. So one thing we'd like to address is bad pro-choice arguments. I hear a lot because the religious right rarely
Are
argues.
there good ones? Is there a single good pro-choice argument?
No, I don't. I'm just saying, for me personally, I don't think so. And you guys know, like every single one of you know, I'm debating with motherfuckers all the time. Never once have I heard like a legitimate argument that's like based upon statistics or based upon like it's all argument from emotion. It's nonsense.
Other than bad babies bad or dead babies bad, I don't, even if there was one of us that was like pro life here, I don't think anybody here could make a good argument for saying nobody who's like pro abortion is saying like, yeah, fuck yeah, kill babies. I want to fucking make sure you abort every baby. Like, it's more just if you have a fucking vagina here, raise your goddamn hand. It's not my choice. I don't have the reproductive organs to carry a child myself. So why am I trying to enforce something like that on a woman?
Right.
Anyway, sorry.
But what I was going to say is like
sorry.
Being a person that regularly argues on the internet, the religious right rarely argues in good faith. I think that they think that they're arguing good faith, but they're really not, because they're using arguments that they're just parroting arguments they've heard, and it seems to make sense to them in kind of like some weird groupthink logic.
Yeah,
but
they regurgitate.
Right. But they often will try to distract from logical and legitimate moral arguments by using semantics or like the play on words and fallacy, which you can't logically come to. You can't come to a logical conclusion if your argument is based upon fallacy. So this is one thing I really need to address, and I am going to read a bunch here because this is really an argument that I'm making here. So first off, a fetus is not a baby argument. I get what people are saying there, and like in general, like I can somewhat agree, right? A zygote is not a baby. We could go down the line there, but it's not
autonomy.
It's not a good argument to even engage with somebody to say, quote unquote, a fetus is not a baby if they're calling it a baby. And I've personally fallen in this trap before, and this is why I'm kind of raising some awareness about it. And it's because I know very well how this conversation typically devolves. Once you start down this semantic rabbit hole, or like the play on words, right? You will never have a strong argument in regard to human rights. Essentially, the semantic arguer, if they bait you into this and you follow that bait, they will have you in a trap where where the strongest argument you will ever have at the end will never go beyond, quote unquote, that's just not my interpretation. So you're just talking about your opinion or your interpretation and not about what is really the the main point of the argument. Same thing goes for, is it viable or whatever. And this is like Ben Shapiro, for example, does this shit all the time. So does, which I think Steven Crowder is not that good of a debater, but Steven Crowder does the same thing where they want to talk about viability or whatever. Trust me, I'm just saying, we do not give a shit about what fucking viability is. We do not give a shit whether it's viable or whether it's not viable. And I'll just give an example. It's like, if the fetus is not viable, that doesn't change the argument of whether or not something is using your body against your permission. Same thing goes. Like, okay, if it is viable, well, fucking great. Let's induce the pregnancy, right? Let's induce birth. And then if it's viable, it could just fucking live on its own, right? So we're just literally talking about nonsense at this point when we start talking about the viable.
Well, because they don't want to talk about actually taking care of the child once it's born.
Oh no,
yeah,
not at all.
And I want to like actually, Allman makes a good point here. You know, I think that when we're talking, I personally, in my own relationship or whatever, and it really depends. Like if we're talking about an ectopic pregnancy, where there's never the case where that pregnancy is going to yield a baby, and in fact, if it gets past a certain point, it's going to kill, say in my case, my wife. That there is like I'll definitely be for, like, kind of having an abortion there. And Allman is saying, I'm pro-life, but I believe in the right to choose. So, like, I would just say you are pro-choice then. Like, you're saying you personally would not want, for your own personal beliefs there, or for whatever reason, it doesn't really matter, you don't want to get an abortion or whatever, or, I'm not assuming your gender there. I'm just saying, or your spouse or whoever, you in your relationships would not be like, oh, I would want to get an abortion, and that's fine. That's still pro-choice. You're just saying that's not personally for me, but you're not legally mandating that somebody must not get an abortion. And that's the key point there, is the legalization.
I think for a lot of men, they are pro-choice, but they are in the position of, if I was a woman and became pregnant, I think the majority of them would be like, I would just carry it to full term. But that's without realizing the weight of what that would even be like.
Hey,
I don't know what it would be like to carry a child for fucking 9 months. And sounds terrible to me personally, but
your arms would get very tired.
But let's continue on here, because we still have a lot to go through. So the same thing goes for the viability argument, like I said. So, the viability is defined as, quote unquote, when the fetus is able to autonomously survive outside the womb. Even Roe v. Wade made the statement that the fetus would only be protected in the instance where it was, quote unquote, viable, which is a shifting definition, since when the Roe v. Wade decision was passed with 7 votes, viability was at 28 weeks, whereas viability is seen with the advancement of technology to be roughly 22 to 23 weeks. Mike, can you please continue there?
Sure can. Now, the killing children or killing babies assertion is used as a distraction and is a direct argument from emotion. So in this case, we just don't care in the slightest about our arguments from emotion. We also don't care about semantics or red herrings that distract from the primary issue, nor do we care about the child after it's born. Primary arguing point is that a person has the right to refuse being an incubator. This is the basic argument for body autonomy, which is a basic human right. Forced pregnancy is considered a human rights violation by the United Nations, and they are 100% ipso facto, completely, unequivocally, and entirely correct.
Dylan, you want to continue there?
Yeah. Childbearers should have this right through the entire pregnancy. In the event they want to no longer be pregnant, then the fetus should be induced for delivery if it is viable. And there is literally no issue in doing this. It's not hurting anyone. And once again, everyone has rights over what happens to their body. Here's a good framing of the argument from a live call and TV show called The Atheist Experience, based on based out of Austin, Texas.
Yeah, and the title of this is a bad opinion is bad. So let's give this a listen here, and we don't have to worry on this one about copyright because they say multiple times that this is for use. So let's just listen to this whole thing, and please kind of hold your comments until the end because it's 6 minutes in. So let's give this a look.
Oh my goodness, it's Hamish in Scotland. Pronouns are he, him. How you doing, Hamish?
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. So I would first like to congratulate your country on taking the first steps to banning abortion completely.
I'm not interested in your congratulations. I'll be doing everything to oppose it.
Yeah, pretty much fuck off on that.
It is hard to imagine a worse crime than to murder an unborn baby before it is even left.
Your God's done it multiple times.
Now you're muted.
So,
go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, your God's done it multiple times. So apparently your God is evil and commits the worst crime on several occasions.
I can think of, first of all, it's not a crime, but I can think of countless crimes that are worse than aborting a fetus, not allowing a fetus to use your body without your consent, not giving up your bodily autonomy. I can think of countless crimes that have been done. Almost everybody who's in prison for no, even then they broke the law.
My mom got stabbed
so they weren't breaking the law.
And
abortion isn't a crime.
Say that.
I am gonna once again just point out Almond's comment, and thank you so much, Almond, for being the only commenter other than the literal people that are streaming today. But my body, my choice. I really appreciate that, and it's a very, very good point. We really need to just focus on that as the primary argument, but let's please continue. Thank you, Almond.
It shouldn't be illegal. It's healthcare. It is essential, and I'm not interested in your congratulations nor your proselytizing on its behalf. So do you have something else that you wanted to address or some argument that you wanted to make on this behalf? That's my curiosity.
Why do you believe it is morally acceptable to kill a baby in the womb?
I think it's morally acceptable to terminate a pregnancy if you don't want to remain pregnant, period. I don't know why you want to give special rights to a fetus. Why are you arguing to give special rights to a fetus?
It is simply the right not to be killed.
No, it's not simply the right not to be killed. It doesn't have the right. Do you have the right, Hamish, to use my body without my consent?
No.
But you want to grant the fetus the right to use someone's body without their consent, right?
The mother created the baby.
Hamish,
yes.
Answer my question.
Yes.
Do you want to give the fetus the right to use someone else's body without their consent?
Yes. This is the
then
will
you
of
are
God.
arguing, as I said,
He had to
give
think about that
fetuses
for a minute.
special rights
Quite
that
for
other human
honesty.
beings don't.
Right.
And I'm
turning
opposed to
women
that.
into cattle. You're making women
It
no
is
better
a
than
crime
cattle. And
under law, even though it is not a crime in the state of Mass.
I didn't
I don't
understand
know
a word
what
you
you
just
said.
said.
He specifically stated
I said-
about man.
Yeah.
Said, even if it is not a crime under the laws of man, it is a crime under God.
Nobody
it's
gives a
not.
fuck
Cannot
about
murder
whether or not your God
people.
approves of abortion, even though in the book that you point to, they provide the recipe for an abortifacient and he destroys most of the world. Your God is a monstrous thug, and I couldn't give a fuck what he thinks, even if he were real. So I definitely don't care if you want to come in and tell me what you think your God wants, because you can't prove that your God exists or wants anything. So I don't give a fuck about your opinion.
And the Bible is pretty clear on when life starts. Life starts at first breath. Babies in the womb, fetuses don't breathe.
They're
So
not
they
even
haven't taken their
counted.
first left.
They're not even counted in censuses until they're 30 days old.
Right.
There's a
So-
there's a different penalty in the Bible for causing a miscarriage than there is for killing a person. Nothing in the Bible holds a fetus equal to a human being. So your book does not support that. Only your interpretation of it does, and I couldn't give a rat's ass about your interpretation. Your God sucks,
how
and
do
so does
you
your interpretation.
justify killing a baby?
Sorry, what?
How do you, as an atheist, justify killing the baby then?
We just explained it to you. Were you not listening?
You believe. No, you believe,
No, he was not.
and correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, but you believe that one person does not have the right to use another person's body.
Correct. Without their consent.
permission. Yes.
Under any circumstances.
This guy isn't
Correct.
listening. All he's interested in doing is
Even-
trying to convince these guys that abortion
Yeah,
is
it's
bad.
one ear out the other.
So, yeah, and I'm just saying, like, I don't want to stop this too long or get on too many tangents here because I want to keep moving through the material. But the point here is nothing that they will bring up it goes beyond an emotional argument. Like, they're literally just hyper focused upon it's a baby, and it's like, guys. And once again, I'm not going to get down to the semantic argument here, but it's like, it literally doesn't fucking matter whether it's a baby or it's a 70-year-old man leeching blood off of you, or it just literally does not matter. You cannot use another person's body without their consent. The emotional arguments, I'm just so tired of them. Stop with your stupid emotional arguments that they're not even an argument. It's just emotional manipulation. They're trying to pull at your heartstrings because you said the word baby or child or anything like that. It's like, guys, it literally doesn't matter. Like, it's the same case of if you had a 30-year-old woman who needed a kidney or she's going to die, and they come up to Dylan and say, Dylan, you have to give this woman your kidney. You have the right to say no. I'm sorry that the woman's going to die, but
I think
and
the
that's
Republicans would be like, my body, my choice. I don't have to give you my kidney.
and that's like the entire point. They do understand the argument from body autonomy, but they are just pulling at the heartstrings about, oh, it's a baby or whatever. It's like, I don't give a shit what fucking age or development in the human development cycle this being or fetus or whatever you want to call it is. You still do not have the right to use someone else's body without their permission. Let's please continue.
Even if it means the person who needs to use the body dies. So, for instance, you could take the case of kidneys. Nobody has the right to come and demand the use of your kidney without your permission to give it to them. Kidney, uterus, doesn't matter. It's a body part. Nobody has the right to do that, because if you give them that right, then what you end up doing is turning the victim of that into cattle. Cattle don't have the right to decide when they reproduce and when they don't.
We actually treat cattle better than that. We actually treat our
Well,
pets, our pets and livestock generally better than we treat each other, because we don't.
hell yeah.
We're not even protecting the right to govern when you're going to die with dignity.
The guy was like, hell yeah.
Which is something that all of my pets have had the option to do, and yet I won't.
Right.
So, have you got anything other, Hamish, than you personally think that your God is opposed to it? Because if that's all you've got, I'm not interested. Okay, thanks.
So that was it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. They go into kind of like some additional explanation, but they're just reiterating the points, and we've got
And
plenty to go
also,
through.
I just remember this too. I remember during I remember in the prime of the pandemic, when the first coronavirus variant was running rampant throughout the world, and there was that's when the right started to freak out about their freedoms being taken away because of a mask mandate.
Yes.
You know that. Yeah, remember when they tried to use my body, my choice argument on that?
Right. I won't get down the
So-
rabbit hole, but I
Right.
think there's
just
more
wanted
nuance
say
to it than that. But go ahead.
It's just I just find it funny how I think they do understand the my body, my right argument. They just don't want to admit that they're
They
wrong.
just don't care. They just don't.
They don't
fucking
care, and they
It
don't want to
doesn't
admit that they're
benefit
wrong.
them.
Exactly, it doesn't benefit
Yeah.
them.
But I also want to point out that caller, his name was fucking Hamish.
Hamish.
And he's from Scotland. He's a
what
bit
I
of Scottish.
I think what Princess
at least-
Merida from Brave was trying to get through to these two guys is that God is right your opinion doesn't matter. That just seems to kind of be the standpoint of every evangelical religious right person out there.
Whatever happened to separation from state, of church and state?
Yeah, it's
was
not
always
codified.
more of a guideline than a rule.
It's not codified. But Lance, would you please continue with this next paragraph?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Rackar and his co-authors found that the United
Hold on,
States is...
you're...
Oh, I'm sorry, I scrolled down at some point. There it is. In the United States, if a pregnant person doesn't decide after 22 to 23 weeks on average, then they would have to carry the fetus to full term. I would like to note that the states that do have illegal abortion still have cutoffs that are less than 22 to 23 weeks. This may be the legal precedent, but it's immoral and also violates the rights to body and autonomy for the child bear. That's pretty cut and dry, actually.
Yeah, so just to give ourselves a chance, which we just watched a video there, we're going to go over and just kind of do a basic 3 minutes and 50 seconds biology class here, because it's very often that we have some, people that just... I've literally seen people argue that that if someone's, like, for example, raped, that they can't possibly conceive. There's just a lot of weird...
the body has ways to fight against it, right?
I'm just saying, like, there's some very weird misconceptions about, like, just human biology, but there's misconceptions about just pregnancy 101. So we're going to give, this is by National Geographic, just a pregnancy 101 look here. And thank you, everybody that has stayed this long. This is going to be definitely the longest podcast we have ever had on the Fresh Squeeze podcast. But it's important.
History.
Hey, I just want to note, and Allman is absolutely correct there in chat, this is something that needs to continue to be talked about. This is important. We're talking about the rollback of human rights in our country. So it might be late, and we have to start late because of people's schedules and that, but we're going to get through this. We're going to keep going on this, and I am very adamant, even if we don't have just 500 people over on our stream or whatever, this is going to exist on the internet fucking forever, okay? There's going to be this information out forever. We're going to keep it going until YouTube goes down, right?
Absolutely.
Until Facebook goes down. This is where it's at. This is what we need to keep doing. So let's give this a look.
Jason, are you about to show us a South Park video how abortions are performed?
No, I am not.
Why not?
The product of millions of years of evolution, the human body is capable of many remarkable things, but none of which may be quite so incredible as the development of life in utero. Over 3 million babies are born each year in the United States alone. Worldwide, the highest fertility rate is found in Niger, where the average woman gives birth to approximately 6.49 children in her life.
Can you imagine this?
It's
Niger.
Niger.
Niger?
Niger.
Yeah, okay.
Time.
Is this...
This is National Geographic. Come on.
Did they pronounce that word wrong?
We might be getting a little hung up on that one. Hold on.
They said Niger.
Well, anyways,
we just criticize semantic arguments.
Tomato, tomato.
Singapore sits on the opposite end of the spectrum at just 0.83, less than 1 birth per woman.
Singapore ain't fucking.
While the number of births, customs, and traditions...
No, they probably are. They just have decent laws, maybe.
They can actually abort them.
Right. They can have contraceptives and... Yeah, let's continue.
Vary from culture to culture, the developmental process is essentially universal. Derived from the Latin word praegnatum, meaning before birth, pregnancy is the period in which the fetus develops inside the womb. Typically lasting around 40 weeks, Human pregnancies are divided into 3 trimesters of 3 months each.
Abortion in Singapore is legal and widely accessible.
Pregnancy begins in the uterus, where a sperm fertilizes an egg. If the sperm carries an X chromosome, the baby will become female, while a Y chromosome will result in the baby becoming male. The fertilized egg, or zygote, divides repeatedly as it travels through the fallopian tube, implanting itself on the uterine wall to form both the embryo and a specialized organ known as the placenta.
So
This
I
is
just
a
want to
behind
look.
the scenes video on actual porn.
But I'm just saying,
I feel like
like,
I'm in high school again.
This is how brainwashed and ridiculous that the religious right is that they believe right now this thing that we are seeing that has attached itself to the wall, they truthfully, like, to their mind, right? Like, they truthfully believe that this right here is equal to a full baby right now. Like, I'm not being hyperbolic or ridiculous here. This is what they believe is a fucking baby.
About 22
So-
weeks is the cutoff.
So
I
I
think
had
that they believe that that's a taxpayer.
Yeah,
I had an ex-girlfriend that was being hit on by an evangelicist, and he went to like he went to.
Are we in Warhammer right now?
No, I'm being fucking serious right now. I'm being completely serious. So this is the way this whole like situation happened. Is this guy was like hitting on a girlfriend that I had at the time, but he was very much like, oh, can't have sex before pregnancy, but anal school.
Okay.
Is what he explained to her, and was like trying to like basically be like, I don't know, essentially trying to get with my girlfriend at the time, and like kept suggesting to her like, oh, I can't do sex, but I can do other shit. And,
It's
like
anal. It's the sex God can't see. Didn't you know that?
exactly.
He's all like, ew, and just closes his eyes.
But and this is somebody that believed like 2,000 years ago we were with the dinosaurs and shit, and he went to like this school for evangelicals that like when I read the name of it, it was like sounded like it was Harry Potter basically. But
Right.
anyways,
Let's continue.
My point.
Oh, sorry.
All my point was there is that just reiterating very like conflicting views that they have. But go ahead.
Known as the placenta. Found only in eutherian or placental mammals, the placenta will manage waste and provide key nutrients, oxygen, and hormones via the umbilical cord. The brain, which will continue to grow and develop throughout the pregnancy, makes up nearly half of the embryo in these early stages. As the eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, along with all major organs, continue to develop in month 3, the baby will begin to look more and more human with each passing day. The second trimester lasts from weeks 13 through 27. The fetus will more than double in size during this time, and soon its movements may be felt by the mother. Hearing first develops around week 18, but the fetus will not respond to sounds outside of the womb until approximately week 25. Starting at week 28 and lasting up until delivery, the third trimester is a time for final touches such as eyelashes and taste buds. With most major development complete, the fetus will gain nearly half a pound a week. To make room for this rapid growth, the mother's internal organs adjust significantly throughout the pregnancy. Dropping lower into the pelvis, a fetus typically turns heads down in preparation for birth.
Seems like a pretty hardcore body change, like all of those adoption advocates. Like, just adopt it, guys. Like, let's rearrange your organs. Let's I'll adopt it. Come on, boys. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's one argument that I've been hearing quite a lot, that adoption is the only way. But let's be honest with each other here. When a significant risk is placed on a woman, women are fucking... they're at extreme risk when they get pregnant, no matter who they are, whether it's a healthy pregnancy or not. It is an extreme health risk for this exact reason.
Right.
Also, we're going to get demonetized because there's nudity.
Oh, come on. That's
Look at him,
Bones
titties.
will have hardened by this time,
Hey, we were fine until you said that. Jeez.
though the skull will remain relatively soft to ease the
Can't tell me
delivery
you didn't notice
process.
those C-cups.
Labor is divided into stages, beginning with the dilation of the cervix and resulting in the delivery of both the baby and the placenta.
You're welcome, Almond.
Despite thousands of years of human pregnancies, scientific understanding has only recently begun to catch up, leading to an increase in success and safety for both mother and child. As our understanding of pregnancy continues to develop, so do technology and reproductive medicine, with much more in store for the future of pregnancy.
Okay, so that is your, so now that you have a somewhat decent idea of what pregnancy is, there's a decent segment from Some More News, which I highly recommend checking out. Some More News. They cover just a ton of topics. It's typically entertaining. It's just a really good YouTube channel. But this segment, it really makes you think of how incredibly nuanced this whole issue is. But first, before we go to that, do we have any other additional comments on the National Geographic segment that we just saw?
Well, just kind of leading into a similar topic, or not similar topic, but a previous topic from that. At the beginning, it was stated explicitly that there's nothing more amazing than a woman's ability to become pregnant, that humans can be pregnant. Do these National Geographic nothing burgers know that other animals can get pregnant too?
Yeah, I mean,
And
I would
on
hope
that
so.
topic as well, once again, leading into a previous discussion, there are a number of animals in the animal kingdom that can self-abort a pregnancy
I was actually going
by
to ask
sheer
that, but I
force
thought it
of
was a dumb
will.
question.
It's sheer force of will that they can do that. And just to kind of pile onto that, if a pregnancy is God's will, wouldn't an abortion also be God's will?
I
You
imagine
would
for
think.
kangaroos, it's probably pretty easy to self-abort.
Yeah, yeah, just like erectile dysfunction. Then we should ban all Viagra's.
Yeah.
I mean, Viagra's actually really good for heart health, just so you know.
No. It's God's will. No.
Oh, coronary. All right, fine.
I thought it was actually
Sorry,
bad.
Sky Daddy.
I thought it was bad for heart health.
It is, I thought.
I thought it was good for heart health. I could
Because
be
it
incorrect. I
causes
could be
the
getting that
blood to
backwards.
pump too fast. It causes
Yeah,
your
you get
blood
like
to pump.
yeah, you get like a ultra mega boner.
Yeah. Like,
Just
it's like
brings
a
up the
stimulant
idea of,
almost.
I think everybody here is going to research this later.
Is an
but-
ultra mega boner just even further than just either an ultra boner or a mega boner? Is that like...
It's like the Super Saiyan 4 of boners.
It probably affects everybody.
Super Saiyan.
It affects everybody differently, I imagine.
Isn't Viagra considered a stimulant?
I'm not sure. I will look that up.
Yeah, we'll have to look
I
that
made
up.
the possible incorrect assumption, so I'll look it up.
But in the
So I already have blonde hair though, so like if I hit like Super Saiyan level,
Viagra.
if I hit Super Saiyan level 4 or 3 or whatever it is, it's already blonde.
Aha, here we are.
Sorry.
It's a vasodilator. It can treat erectile dysfunction and can also treat high blood pressure in the lungs, pulmonary arterial hypertension, as well as heart.
So that would be a stimulant. All right, so
It's used
let's
to treat high blood pressure. So yee.
So we've already talked about this, but this is like I said, Some More News. The channel is just excellent. They came out with this yesterday, which it's about to be the day before yesterday in 17 minutes. But it's just a really, really good discussion, or I guess monologue, discussing the nuanced nature of this whole pregnancy debate. So let's take a look at this here. And we're going to hear more from them a little bit later in the podcast.
Anyway, the non-religious moral issue is killing a person. So what's a person? Is it an egg that the uterus sheds and lets die naturally all the time? Is it the sperm that most often ends up dying in a sock? Or if there's time, a slightly heated gourd?
Whoa.
Is it the
Hold
moment
up.
the sperm
Hold up. Hold up. Back that shit up a
Fake-
little. Back that
Fake
shit up a
news.
little.
Fake news.
It's toilet
So,
paper, by
what's
the
a
way.
person? Is it an egg that the uterus sheds and lets die naturally all the time? Is it the sperm that most often ends up dying in a sock? Or, if there's time,
Hey,
a
she did
slightly
say. All
heated
right,
gourd?
just making sure.
Is it the moment the
But you missed, or if there's time, a slightly heated gourd, because that's to each their own. I'm not going to
I
kink
did
shame.
miss that. Thank you for pointing that
Hey,
out.
I'm not going to kink shame. If you want to have sex with a gourd, go for it.
It's actually 2 sponges, a red Solo cup, and a rubber glove. That's all you need.
Let's continue. Oh my god.
sperm grazes against the egg zona peculidae? Or is it when the sperm is halfway nestled into the egg's membrane? Is it before or after the acrosome reaction when the sperm's head melts and releases its genetic information? Is it the zygote, a single cell full of the sperm and egg's DNA? Is it turning the first stage of meiosis? Or is it when the cell begins mitosis? Is it when the blastocyst forms? This charming little cutie.
Anybody
Or
that's
is it when
arguing
the embryo-
against abortion has no idea what the fuck these
That's
words are.
that's the point that they're making. Like that,
And that's basic biology too.
But I don't know. This is getting a little bit more nuanced than basic. But I'm just saying, it is so
She's
nuanced.
saying words I don't fucking understand, but yeah, there's definitely like
It's-
where do you draw the line? And I
Well,
think
I'm
it's a little
saying-
past this, but
I draw the line at slightly heated gourds.
But I'm saying, like, it's very often that, they don't go into, and we're talking about the religious right who is rolling back our human rights.
that white
They
asshole.
are not getting this nuanced. They are just literally, their argument is, it's a baby, killing babies is bad. And it is so much more nuanced than that. But let's continue, please.
develops a mouth hole at 4 weeks. Or maybe it's when it starts to look like this instead, which is the dog fetus at 4 weeks. But hey now, maybe we shouldn't base this on looks, but rather on whether it's got a human brain. The brain, by week 6, can start to have electrical activity, but it's less complicated than a shrimp's brain. By week 10, the cerebrum has started to develop, which begins very, very smooth, similar to a reptile's dumb, delicious brain. But at this point, the fetus
So arguably,
remains
I think
unresponsive
that
to
people who
stimuli.
on the
So,
right side that are looking at this,
okay,
they're not
then.
thinking of it as like brain activity. They're probably thinking it like from more of a like a soul like aspect. If that makes sense.
Yeah, which
I guess pretty
they don't
thing,
have.
which is-
And once again, we're talking about a very huge difference between science and
Oh, yeah,
theology.
they're not bringing science into it. It's
Well, I'm just
absolutely
saying
a
they
theology
don't.
thing.
And I hear this all the time on the Atheist Experience, right? We have
Not-
people
not-
call in that are
not
like
trying to give them ammo. I'm just
Okay,
saying that
they're kind of
maybe
like-
just rationalizing it.
blah blah blah. My
Well, I-
rationalization is blah 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 soul. Please define a soul. What is it?
Yeah, like I like also how the pro-lifers will also put on public billboards that babies can smile from 14 days after conception, when she just literally said that.
They don't even have
Oh.
a face, but
Yeah.
Like
Her
why
face
would
right
you
now looks really intense.
Like
looks
why
like
would
she's
you put something
experiencing
so
that
old on a
O.
billboard of all places? I mean, come on.
Yeah, let's continue.
I don't know, is it a person by week 13 when the fetus can start to move, but its brain is smaller and less developed than a rabbit's brain, continues to lack sentience or respond to anything in a purposeful way, and has activity similar to a sea slug? By now, we've actually moved past the point of when 92% of abortions take place.
So hold on, guys. This is very important. This is the most important point that they make in the entire video. This is past the point that 92.5% fucking 7% of abortions are performed in the United States. So, like, everything that they have said prior to this, usually the abortion has already happened at that point.
I
And
don't
we're
imagine there's many women that are like, I don't know, next week is my due date. Changed my mind.
yeah, and that's like another point they make. But I really want to just stop there and make a pause for dramatic effect, which is not really a true pause, but you get my point. 92.7% of abortions are done prior to the point that that they have discussed there. So like the argument of this is a child is absurd. It is so idiotic and unbiological. It is anti-science and ridiculous. These are the freaks that we are talking about. Like the complete religious, hardcore, nerd-ass motherfucking freaks who are trying to limit people's body autonomy. This is
Don't
the
nerd
argument they're
shame,
making.
dude.
What was that?
Don't nerd shame.
At 14 to 20 weeks, only 6% of abortions are performed. At 23 weeks, the fetus's brain is considered viable and the fetus can respond to stimuli, but by 21 weeks, fewer than 1% of abortions are performed, and surveys of people who have had these performed either report discovering a fetal health anomaly, discovering a health risk to themselves, or were unable to access abortion before 21 weeks, either due to financial or legal barriers, or minors being afraid of their parents, or victims of domestic violence afraid of their partners. So, is the 21-week-old fetus a person? Should we force women to give birth to their 21-week-old fetus, even if it threatens their life? Should we force people to give birth if their fetus has severe health issues that would...
So, ectopic pregnancies, by the way, there's been already cases since this passing or this overturning of Roe v. Wade where women have been put into serious medical complications because doctors are afraid of legal ramifications for aborting an ectopic pregnancy. This is how ridiculous we are. This is what the religious right is trying to push right now. Let's please continue.
quickly kill the fetus, or if they would be born without a brain? Do we force children to give birth because they hid it from their parents for too long? But hey, now, these are all very realistic, heartbreaking, hypothetical questions.
So they go into Tim Pool, which is a complete and utter ghoul after that. So let's please continue. So one thing that we're talking about here is, like, we talked about the nuance there, but the original argument that we're talking about is the save the children argument, right? So I'm just saying, if people are seriously in favor of quote unquote saving the children, and we'll move over to the other scene here, they would be looking into far different areas than the subject of abortion. So just for a few examples here, and I'll read the title of the article here, and then Schloobs can continue. American kids are 70%, that's 70%, more likely to die before adulthood than kids in other rich countries, according to this Vox article. So, Schloobs, would you care to continue? Oh, you're muted right now.
A child born in the United States has a 70% greater chance of dying before adulthood than kids born into other wealthy democratic countries, a new study has found. The research published in the journal Health Affairs on Monday, I'm not sure which Monday that is.
I'll have to look that up.
It shows that the United States lags far behind peer countries on child health outcomes.
This was
It
in
estimates
2018.
it estimates that since 1961, America's poor performance accounts for more than 600,000 excess child deaths that wouldn't have happened if these kids were born into other wealthy countries. In all the wealthy democratic countries excuse me, in all the wealthy democratic countries we studied, children are dying less often than they were 50 years ago. Ajish Takar, the study's lead author, said, "But we found that children are dying more often in the United States than in any similar country." I haven't read this article, so I'd actually be really curious to see like the actual stats on this. But yeah.
Sure. And I'll post this article over in chat for people to check out, because once again, I don't want you to take our word for it. We do not want you to take our word for it. Look into it yourself. So I'm going to read this other title, and then please, Dylan, continue here. So infants in the U.S. have 76% higher risk of death than in other wealthy nations.
New health affairs study compared the United States to 19 other wealthy democratic countries, including Canada, Australia, France, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. It found that all 20 countries have seen declines in childhood deaths since the 1960s, a positive trend. At the same time, it also shows that the United States has ranked the worst in childhood deaths since the 1990s. The Carr and his co-authors found that in the United States, is especially far off from its peer countries when it comes to infants and teenagers. The Carr, I probably butchered his name, argues that some of this is most likely has to do with America's fragmented healthcare system. A new mother may go without health insurance before becoming pregnant, when she would usually qualify for Medicaid, and that could lead to untreated health issues, ultimately affecting the child.
Yeah, see, so Republicans and the religious right, they really don't, like, it is hypocritical for them to say that they are pro-life, quite frankly, and very specifically, because they do not want universal health care, even though they did try to propose it prior to, the quote-unquote
No, they didn't.
Obamacare or whatever. But I'm just
No, they
saying they don't really actually, in the capacity of the current GOP, want that. Like, they are always going to keep pushing against that.
Dude, they want to privatize fucking highways. They think they're going to
Right.
fucking try and make healthcare public.
So we're moving on to some other main arguments, and this one's an interesting one. And I'm going to take a big old portion of this one, and then Mike will follow up. So here's the argument. Lovely, by the way. Just a lovely, lovely argument. If you don't want to get pregnant, then just don't have sex. Come on, guys. If you don't want to get pregnant, just
come on.
Yeah. So
I feel like I'm doing that involuntarily right now. But anyway.
So it's not surprising that people who don't understand the concept of body autonomy just don't understand how idiotic this argument is. So I'm just going to break this down Barney style, okay? So there's this neat thing. It's called social progress. And there's this other neat thing that's called technology. Both of those things, social progress and technology, make it
scary.
So that that people have more control over what happens to their bodies. This is called body autonomy. You know, that thing I mentioned, or we mentioned before, as a basic human right that everyone should have. So, and hopefully this isn't too fast for our evangelical religious right friends who want to make silly arguments like this. That means that if a technology or technologies like contraceptives and also abortion, right? Legal abortion exist that allow people to have sex and not need to worry about procreating in the process, which is a huge undertaking for people with uteruses. That's a good thing because, pause for dramatic effect, it gives them more body autonomy. Okay? Mike, please continue.
Yeah. It's actually two separate instances of body autonomy here. The first is the choice a person makes to engage in sexual intercourse, or the lack of choice in not. R.I.P. I'm just saying, some of us are involuntarily not having intercourse. Anyway, the second is the event that the person does get pregnant, they have the choice to stay pregnant.
Or to not, right?
Obviously. Also, sex isn't just for procreating, you fucking weirdo. Seriously. Stop pushing your incredibly lame dogma on other people. You fucking Mennonite, okay? And if there's any Mennonites watching this, first of all, get off the computer.
fuck?
You're violating your own religious rules. Secondly, come at me.
They already fucked up.
Yeah.
What
Just
are
because
you
you
doing
want
here?
to flagellate yourself instead of have sex, it doesn't mean everybody else has to do that too. Also, if you flagellate yourself, that's kind of metal, but at the same time, stop it. To have the take, well, just don't have sex. That makes you a completely psychotic freak show of a person. Just don't make terrible arguments. I also would recommend to every person alive to not have sex with a person who makes this argument. They obviously don't respect your body autonomy, and therefore they should not be given the privilege of intimacy.
Fuck them.
Fuck 'em.
Don't.
Don't fuck them.
Don't.
That's the point.
Yeah,
don't fuck them.
Opposite.
Please don't. And I'm not just, we aren't just saying that. We are saying it facetiously, but we're also kind of not, because it's like, if you don't understand or respect body autonomy, you really should not be engaging in this act that could lead to you being involved in a decision that involves body autonomy. You inherently don't respect that person's rights. Okay? That's really what it comes down to.
Right. Now, let's watch another video from those two incredibly smart and very morally correct, but very ugly gentlemen at the Atheist Experience.
Let's do that.
But,
yes,
I mean,
in principle.
We're going halfway through the conversation because I did pre-watch this, and there's a lot of, just kind of distracting crap in the previous part. What's going on?
I just wanted to point out the guy on the left. He looks a lot like that dude that became a meme from the 90 Day Fiancé thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
just without the beard and long black hair.
Interesting.
Yeah.
In principle, I understand that, but at the same time, men and women, they obviously have natural processes that they go through. One of them is producing the next generation, which is, people. Yes, I understand that there's rape. I understand that there's edge cases where it's not.
But see, this is where you're missing the point. Yes, men and women have biological processes, but the choice to allow someone to use your body lies with the person who owns the body, not with anybody else. So, for instance, if I needed a kidney and was going to die without a kidney, do I have the right to demand to use your kidney?
We heard this argument.
Yeah, that argument was already made.
Okay, so what's the difference between a kidney and a uterus?
Sorry, say again.
From a body part perspective, they're just a body
About
part. Right?
$25,000 on the black
If
market.
I don't have the right
This
to
guy
use your
actually
kidney to
explained the
support
difference
my own
between a
life,
kidney
why
and
does any
uterus
other
and blown
human being
away.
have the right to use someone else's
Probably doesn't
uterus
actually fucking know.
to support their
Because
life?
if I was a woman and I made a choice to have sex with someone that I knew would create a life.
See, this is the problem. Choosing
one ear out the
to
other.
have sex is not the same as choosing to get pregnant.
And choosing to get pregnant is not the same as choosing to stay pregnant. Ben, I'm talking. Ben, I'm talking.
So much birth control.
Okay, Ben, now you're not talking. Consent to sex is not
Good old
consent to
just
pregnancy.
lost,
it is consent to the risk of
He's coming
becoming
back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's getting a drink.
And one of the ways
He
to
put it
assess
in
that
the chat.
risk is an abortion. Consent to
I just
becoming
came up with a
pregnant
gotcha.
is not consent to remaining pregnant, because you could very much want to have a kid, and then it turns out that it's an significant health risk to you to carry a child to term. Consent to sex is not consent to being forced to remain pregnant against your will. Please stop saying that it is. Those are
There
not
needs to
the
be a
same.
Black Mirror episode where you could just mute people.
Okay, the one thing I would say though is that women have such access to birth control now.
No,
It's
so
like,
are you
know,
applying? Are you saying that all birth control is 100% effective?
Nothing is
There's
100%
another 5
effective
minutes
in
on
medical
this. I
science.
will. I'll be right back. I have to hit the restroom again.
No, I'm not saying that.
Are you
I'm
in
saying
favor
that
of
you can
abortion?
mitigate that.
Are you in favor of abortion for someone who gets pregnant despite taking the appropriate precautions?
Is abortion 100% effective?
I don't really have
I
an
would
opinion
argue
on
yes.
it because it's,
Yeah.
it's
Well, then
so,
don't bring it up, because it's
Yeah, don't
stupid.
bring it up.
It is stupid to say, hey, they could have taken contraceptions. First of all, some people are allergic to them. Second of all, why is the onus on the woman to do that? Why don't you go get a vasectomy and remain sterile until such time as you can't possibly force someone to get
I want to
pregnant?
hear this guy's
Because I'll
argument
tell you this,
on this.
what you're missing.
Well, first of all,
I'm talking.
He's not going to bring it up. He's not going to
I'm-
bring up the vasectomy.
For a start.
What part of I'm fucking talking is too difficult here?
I don't really like that he's...
Because what you don't seem to be getting is that this is about privacy and individual autonomy. The second you say that you and the government, which is us, have a right to force someone else to be pregnant against their will, then you are saying they no longer have bodily autonomy. And if you're saying that it's because there's a life involved, well, what about all those privacy issues where there is no life involved? If raping someone causes less harm than killing a fetus, should we allow rape?
Did you hear the chuckle there?
Yeah, but the thing you're missing out is that
You
nobody
said,
has to
yeah,
have
but
sex, like
I'm so fucking done with you, Ben. I just asked you if we should allow rape, and the first words out of your mouth were, yeah,
this guy's
but.
response. I wish they would let him respond.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, he is kind of being rude.
He's being a twat, but absolutely. But
No.
I want to hear
He's not being a twat. He's English. He's being a twat.
a twat. Okay, sure.
He's being a bloody wanker.
A wanker.
A wanker. Yes.
Don't be such a wanker.
I just wanted to hear his response about getting a vasectomy. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to hear that though.
Just real quick, Allman had made a point here. A lot of what they're talking about has to do with the lack of health insurance coverage that would cover childhood illnesses and diseases for people and families at or below the poverty line and rely on the government health insurance, right?
Does that apply in Europe though, where this conversation's taking
I don't
place?
think it does, because they do have, in the UK, which is where he's calling from, they do have universal health care.
And they also have safe, accessible, and readily available abortions.
Yeah.
Wah, wah. But also,
That either means you
know
weren't.
something here. A good argument to make against the whole if you're not willing to get pregnant, don't have sex argument. If you're not willing to let strangers into your house, don't leave your door unlocked.
Okay.
I mean,
I just asked you.
A lot of people lock their doors. I don't know.
Still,
If we should
You leave
allow
your doors
rape,
unlocked?
and the first words
I'm
out
not
of your
telling.
mouth were, yeah, but. That either means you weren't listening.
You're in the Midwest.
Oh, no, okay, yeah, we shouldn't allow rape, but you're framing it in such a way where you're framing all this stuff where it's like, oh, people have to have sex and you have to have like, things that counteract that. Nobody has to have sex. Nobody's making people have sex.
Nobody should be
right?
fucking you,
don't
that's
get
for
pregnant,
sure.
Don't have sex.
Absolutely nobody should be
oh my god!
having sex
Somebody
with
get
you.
that guy aloe vera right now.
Because you don't respect. You don't respect.
He laughed.
You
He
don't
was like,
respect
ouch.
their rights or their autonomy. Why should somebody have sex with you if you're not willing to respect their rights and their autonomy? You have a vile, disgusting opinion here. And you keep complaining about the way we framed it. I granted you, for the sake of this argument, that it's a person, and your argument still lose. Then you come back with contraception, which isn't relevant. You're not sure what you think about it. You are sitting here arguing against something. Why? What
The only
fucking
thing I'll
difference did it
argue
make to
against
you?
these
Somebody else
guys is
decides
they're
to
not
not
actually
remain
having a
pregnant.
discussion with this guy about it. They're just berating him and
because
showing him how wrong
because
he
you're
is,
killing a
in my
person
opinion.
at the end of the day. You're killing
I mean, they
something
are
that could be
backing
a
up their
person.
arguments.
They are, but
No,
They're being
you are
rude about it.
removing something
this
that could
isn't
be
this isn't a two-way conversation. This is them pushing this guy into submission.
Which,
No
I
matter,
mean,
which I think this guy is completely wrong, but we haven't heard his argument.
he's also being very Christian about it. And what did the Christians do in the
Despite
1300s?
his argument sucks. I'm willing to agree, but I would.
I would just like to say that you're talking from the perspective of the listener, whereas these guys weekly, like especially Matt, weekly.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like, there's a certain point where you probably hear this argument week after week that they just get done with it. So that makes sense to me. But like, I haven't heard. I don't watch this channel, so I don't know how these conversations usually go. But I kind of wish it was more back and forth, and
And
instead of these guys just like cornering this guy. But
yeah,
anyways.
I think Matt definitely. That would be my critique of their channel, is that Matt has done this for so long that he does very often kind of cut
I think
people.
I think
He's
Matt's
so
completely
jaded.
I think Matt's completely right. I don't know. I would rather allow them to like put their own foot in their mouth instead of him just being like fucking shoving their foot in their mouth for them, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing I really like about Jordan Peterson. Put your pitchforks away. I like the fact that he has an actual discourse and has a genuine conversation with the person that he's arguing with.
Yeah.
If you continue to support it, maybe.
Yeah, in principle, yeah.
So,
but at the end of the day, you're killing a person.
So again, let's go back to the kidney example. Well, let's go back to the kidney example. Let's go back.
Wait, back Jim, I'm going to let you finish, but I'm just going to hang up on Ben because anybody who gets to it's just my opinion. Well, cool. Fuck off with your opinion and stop voting.
Right. Again, and there's a reason why I picked,
hold
picked the
on.
kidney.
I feel that. I wish I would stop voting.
He said stop voting to a person from the UK.
I mean, they have representatives.
They vote. they do vote for shit.
They do have parliament.
They do.
And
have
they got a queen and shit, but they still do vote for shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Let's continue.
I don't know where I was going with that. I'm getting tired.
Yeah,
they got parliament. That's
I think
essentially our
that he's
Congress.
going back into the kidney argument, which we don't need to hear again. But I think that
He
the
looks
main
like he's about to
thing
eat
is
some
that
kidney beans.
it really doesn't. Once again, like we're really just like making those arguments is distracting from the primary argument of body autonomy. Period. So let's please continue. So the next one is, if you don't want to get an abortion at a clinic, then use the pill method. Well, put frankly, the GOP is already limiting access to the pill method, as mentioned in this Time article. Republicans states crack down on access to abortion pills as Supreme Court decision looms. Schloobs, can you please continue?
Yeah, some states anticipating that the Supreme Court will at least weaken Roe v. Wade are also passing total abortion ban, both medication abortions and surgical abortions. Many of the new bills take novel approaches, such as Texas SB 8, which encourages private citizens to enforce a ban on abortion after about 6 weeks by offering at least a $10,000 by offering at least $10,000 to individuals who sue anyone that helps them obtain abortion. So this has to do with the whole, like I think this happened in Texas recently, where pretty much you can gatekeep and say, "Hey, I saw this person was going to a different state to get an abortion."
Yeah,
and they can get a $10,000 bounty, and yeah, that's absolutely horrendous, and that's just them trying to go through and like, I mean, I don't even know how federal law works in that case, personally. If I go to a different state, like if I go to, so I live in a state where marijuana is not legal. If I go to Illinois, smoke some marijuana, after all the effects are gone, return to Iowa, did I break the law?
No.
Exactly. So why should
You
that be
can
the
still
same
get
case
fired
for?
from a job.
So to answer your question there, Alman, they asked, so Plan B is now not an option. In some states, it is not. They have limited
Are they
access
pulling?
to it, and they've also
Are they pulling
put,
it from the shelf?
yes, yep. So
Yeah, and
Lance,
not to mention what's even more fucked up in the Plan B part is that women who are over the weight of 170 pounds, Plan B will not work.
Yeah, I heard about the weight thing,
Yep.
actually.
Yeah, it will not work.
So Lance, would you please continue there below where Charles was reading?
Some states anticipating that the Supreme Court will at least weaken Roe versus Wade are also passing total abortion bans that apply to both medication abortions and surgical abortions. Many of the new bills.
That is exactly what Schloob's just read.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is actually.
Oh, yeah, it
It
is.
is 100%. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Sorry, Lance. I guess.
Editor.
Yeah.
No, say it again. Say it again. It has to be said again.
Say it again.
Fucking
So Dylan, please
motherfucker.
continue.
I apologize on that one.
No,
you want me
that's
to
my
read
bad.
right
We'll
there?
just have Dylan read that, and then I'll give you the one after that.
All right.
Wait, what?
Here, I'll highlight it. You see where it's highlighted?
Take me home.
No, I do not.
It's the second passage after the abortion pills.
Republican states crack down on access to abortion pills as Supreme Court decision looms.
Yeah, it's the second passage
after that.
Oh, is it the first paragraph or the second paragraph?
Second
Second
one that's
paragraph.
highlighted.
It's highlighted right now.
Okay, I don't see the highlight, but okay, I know where you're at though. Some states anticipating that the Supreme
No, the next
Court
one after that.
Next one.
So third. Okay.
Read it again.
Read it again, Jim.
That one it's the most important passage in this entire thing. It needs to be reread.
Texas is the first word.
Yeah. Texas passed another law that made it a felony to provide abortion pills through the mail and imposed a $10,000 fine and prison time for violators. Oklahoma recently passed a total abortion ban that makes violating it punishable up to 10 years in prison and a $100,000 fine, and is advancing a separate Texas-style bill of its own. 2. Missouri lawmakers have introduced bills that would treat sending abortion pills as drug trafficking. Are you serious? And try to limit people leaving the state to obtain abortions. Okay, Missouri, fuck you too. In Tennessee, lawmakers are advancing a bill that would outlaw mailing the pills and impose additional requirements, punishable with a felony and a $50,000 fine. And in Kentucky, legislators have passed a law creating a new certification program for abortion pill providers that would list their names publicly and adding a quote-unquote complaint portal where people can anonymously report potential violations. Many of the lawmakers advancing these bills raise concerns about the speed with which patients can obtain abortion pills and about the potential for complications. But abortion providers note that the pills are safer than Tylenol and Viagra, and that research has shown that using telemedicine does not change that. Quote, these medications are so extremely safe that the greatest risk is the legal risk or the risk of being prosecuted by ordering these pills, end quote, says Ushima Yupihade, an associate professor at Advancing New Standards in Reproductive Health, a research group, University of California, San Francisco, who recently published a study in JAMA Internal Medicine, which found that medication abortion was still safe and effective without in-person tests before patients took the pills.
Yeah. So,
You read a little past
yeah,
your mark
no,
there, buddy.
hey,
Like,
that's fine.
Some states anticipating that the Supreme Court will at least weaken Roe v. Wade are also passing
I want to point
abortion
out
bans
that
that apply both medication abortions and surgical abortion. Novel approaches such as Texas SB 8, which encourages private citizens to enforce a ban on abortion after about 6 weeks by offering at least 10,000 to individuals who sue anyone that
Did you just
appears
reread
to help.
I'm confused. You just reread the same thing again there, Sloops.
I know. I don't know who else did that.
everybody
We
now.
have like literally reread that. Okay.
I know. I did that on purpose. Sorry.
Okay.
Some states anticipating that the Supreme Court will
Come on,
weaken Roe.
Some states are anticipating that the Supreme Court will at least weaken Roe v. Wade.
What were you gonna say, Lance? Lance,
I do want to point out that for it to be drug trafficking, wouldn't it have to be a narcotic, and that there's no contraceptive drug that is a narcotic to begin
Yeah.
with? Like, how could they get it for drug trafficking without the
That
drug?
is so
I
freaking
mean,
That's silly.
stupid.
marijuana is not a
Oh my
narcotic,
lord.
and it still can be
So some
trafficked.
states
Yeah.
are anticipating that the Supreme Court will at least weaken Roe
God
v.
damn it.
Shut up, Schloobs. Shut up, Schloobs. Now, as we were saying, some states anticipating that the Supreme Court will at least weaken Roe v. Wade. God.
Yeah, in the state of Wisconsin, it's a felony to get an abortion as well. And not to mention, I cannot believe that they are pulling the same stupid "it's not safe" argument like they did with the freaking vaccines. When
Yeah.
will they stop with that FDA bullshit?
Actually, no,
Well-
seriously. Like, so one thing I will say is that like normal birth control, like pills, cause issues of blood clotting, and there was a
Yeah.
lot of the mixture of that between like the COVID vaccine and stuff like that. I'm willing to bet that like if there was anything to do with like either Plan B or just like standard abortions that had anything to do with like getting blood clots, like they would immediately try to jump on that, even though like the current contraceptives that are out there, like they already cause more blood clots than like anything else. But
Yeah.
like
I had,
they're just looking for ammunition.
Yeah, absolutely. But I saw a video actually earlier today about that exact thing, where a girl had the little bar in her arm for contraception.
Yeah.
And she had to go to a clinic to get it taken out because it was expired, and she had had like 3 periods in the course of 30 days because of that. It was
My
expired and
kid's mom
injecting
used
her.
one of those,
And
and
those
that's
can be
very,
pretty
very.
dangerous too. Absolutely.
I've had several girlfriends that have had the bar that's in their arm.
Yeah,
And like
but-
they've even showed it to me, like, hey, check this out. Like, but I can't imagine, like, as a male, like if they ever come out with a pill that says like, hey, you take this pill and you just fucking fire blanks, fucking sign me up.
I think they have it.
I'm cool with it, but
They have
well,
it?
no,
I
they
think
don't
it's-
have one that's
they-
widespread release yet. It's still in
No,
medical
it's still in proto testing because I don't know why, but it's still in proto. But yeah, it does exist, but it still requires more testing.
Like, I think the main problem they were having is that men's balls were falling off. I don't know.
I think it was
But,
that the people
we're
that
almost-
men's
we're
balls were
almost to the
feeling
point.
uncomfortable, which
Yeah.
Women really lambasted that one. It's like,
It's
wow,
very true.
Don't
but-
be a
Yeah.
pansy there, boy.
I mean, if
Doesn't
we
even
end
a
up
bad
like Randy,
argument.
if we end up like in that in the episode of South Park where Randy Marsh is like jumping around in his fucking balls like a fucking bounce ball.
It's like a hoppity hop.
Send it.
So we're at page 10 of 13. Let's
We
finish
are,
this guy's
but
out.
I
Or
wasn't done with my thought though. I mean, I saw this girl that had that bar in her arm, and she had had a bunch of periods in 1 month because of it. And
Yeah.
the appointment she had to get it replaced got canceled because the doctor would not perform a new one in for her.
Those
But they
last
would
for like
take
5
it out.
years, right?
Something like that. I think
Yeah.
it's 3 actually with
3.
the Implanon.
It's
Yeah,
3.
but she couldn't get it taken out by that doctor because the appointment was for putting a new one in. They couldn't reschedule the appointment. They couldn't cancel and then redo the appointment for that same reason. because of some legal jargon in the medical
Yeah, it's usual
but
semantics.
then it was kept in there because there's no one that could take it out. It's fucked up, absolutely.
Wow.
But on top of all of that, some states anticipating that the Supreme Court will at least weaken Roe v. Wade. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just read through the rest of this because we're getting towards the end of the doc here. So we've got some good arguments for federally mandated access to safe abortions. So the top of the list is, and thank you, Dylan, for sharing this earlier today. I did not have this in the original document.
Hypertech corporations.
Massive props.
Forced pregnancy is a crime against humanity. According to the United Nations, forced pregnancy is a crime against humanity. And we're just going to read through this real quick. It's actually somewhat short. I will share after I get done reading this in chat, the actual statute, which is based upon the Rome Statute of International Criminal Court. But let me continue here. So, for the purpose of this statute, crime against humanity, quote unquote, means any of the following acts when committed as a part of widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population with knowledge of the attack. So every one of those stipulations falls upon what the religious right is doing right now, right? The Supreme Court is doing this right now. It is, in fact, crime against humanity. We'll go down the list here. And this, I just want to make sure that the nuance is not lost here, right? All of these are all crimes against humanity. And this is equally seen as a crime against humanity, okay? So we've got murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation or forcible transfer of population, imprisonment or other severe deprivation of physical liberty in violation of fundamental rules of international law, torture. And then this is where it comes in. Number 7 says rape, sexual slavery, enforced prostitution, forced pregnancy, enforced sterilization, or any other form of sexual violence of comparable gravity. So what we're specifically talking about here is obviously forced pregnancy, but we're going to continue. There's a few other bullet points here. Persecution against any identifiable group or collectivity on political, racial, national, ethnic, cultural, religious, gender, as described in paragraph 3, which was enslavement, racial, or grounds that are universally recognized as impermissible under international law in connection with any act referred to in this paragraph or any crime within the jurisdiction of the court. Number 9 is enforced disappearance of persons. Number 10 is the crime of
the CIA is over in the
apartheid.
corner, just kind of looking over its shoulder. Who, me?
We've actually lost your video feed there.
Yeah, your camera feed's gone there, Mike.
Uh-oh. Hold up.
Yeah. But I'm going to go ahead and continue here.
Yeah, continue.
So the crime of apartheid. And then number 11, and the final one here, is other inhumane acts of similar character intentionally causing great suffering or serious injury or body or mental or physical health.
So I'm going to bring up kind of like a tough subject here because I think this is like a thing that maybe doesn't get brought up enough. But I mean, assuming that you know about like female mutilation, circumcision of like the vagina or whatever, happens a lot with
literal
Africa
circumcision,
or like Egypt, or like I have that. And so like
just about any Sharia country.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't know, like, the religious reasons behind it. I'm assuming it's religious.
I can tell you exactly what the reason is. It is to deaden the nerve endings in the vagina to make a woman less likely to cheat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, fucked up.
Wow.
Are these nations that are within the United Nations that like follow these same things? Like, I'm not
Not at
trying
all.
to like completely like throw this off, but like, are those just trying to compare like the idea of abortion to like those same kind of like mentalities of like, yeah, let's go ahead and basically render female fucking nerve
Got it
endings
back. There it is.
useless.
Okay. No, I actually did a little reading on that subject a while
I mean,
back.
do you get why I'm kind of like bringing that subject up? Because I feel
No,
like it's
I
kind
get
of
that.
relevant.
Absolutely, it is. But your question about whether they're actually part of the United Nations, yes and no. The only ones that are part of the United Nations that are under Sharia law have nuclear firepower, like Iran.
So is it actually like a Sharia law thing?
Yes,
All right.
absolutely, it is. It is a Sharia thing specifically.
And
Actually, that's not quite true. In some countries wherein women can be considered slaves, like parts of sub-Saharan Africa and other parts of the Middle East, it is considered a service to the woman as a sex or labor slave to remove their clitoral nerve endings or their clitoral hood per their master's request.
Yeah.
So
I didn't even know that was even a thing, and
Yeah,
that's just
absolutely.
holy
the only
wow.
I'm not trying to like
And
completely
in
derail
most
us,
cases,
but I
it's
think
done
it's
without any
pretty.
anesthetic either.
So this
I
is
think as far as women's rights, I think it's completely irrelevant, and that's the
so.
only reason why I bring it up.
Oh, for sure.
I would
Because
just
that's what
like
that made
to.
me think of.
I
Oh
just like to
yeah, but
point
man,
out
that's
that
just barbaric.
this is a cultural. Okay, so like it's not explicitly mentioned in a holy book. So I just want to give the explicit mention of that. But this is very often practiced in Muslim countries, and I'm not trying to be kind of like Islamophobic or whatever. It literally is something that is
And I'm not
often culturally
bringing it up for that reason either.
practiced.
So
Once
Equal
again,
opportunity atheism, dude.
right. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that I'm saying this because, I'm not giving it the wrong interpretation here. It is not explicitly said that people who practice the Muslim religion must do this or anything like that, but it is very often a cultural phenomenon that is, that does happen in, just kind of like Muslim communities throughout the world. Not
Be
all
critical
Muslim
of them.
communities, but it does happen very often in those communities.
They also
I mean,
throw
like,
gay people off buildings, so
and
absolutely be critical.
Within Afghanistan, I mean, like even just the Middle East, like Christians are even like
Yeah, I mean it's disgusting. Yep.
The thing all these countries have in common is that they're all religion. All their laws are religion based.
It all has to do with religion.
Theocracy.
Like that's
Sharia law.
what all of those countries have in common. That's exactly why this country decided to try to separate church and state.
They said they did.
Well, they tried. Like it was supposed to have happened. They're still obviously. Texas thinks it's its own country. That's its problem.
The illusion of choice is the real reason for
Right.
separation of church and state. And I wish Texas was its own country because its crimes against humanity would have us bombing them.
So this
Can
is
you imagine if you told a Texan they were like a Cuban, they'd be fucking flipping out.
I'm moving to Texas here soon, so yeah, I'm just gonna fucking have a whole grand time with that.
I wouldn't, dude, because I mean they'll
Puerto
find
Rico,
some
I think, is
arbitrary
actually what I'm
reason
thinking
to
of.
actually make you illegal eventually.
So let me suggest this. Puerto Rico is the like state that, or not state, the country
territory.
or territory that keeps like voting to like become a state, right?
Yep. Yep.
So if we just allow Puerto Rico to finally pass that vote to pick up a state, and then Texas can secede, we don't have to change the flag. It's good.
So Allman brings up a point, and we've already talked about this, but I want to be, so Allman says, wait, there's a separation of church and state in the U.S., okay?
I think that was supposed to be a
It's
question.
not explicit, okay? It's not, like, you have to and I think there should be.
I've never seen that separation.
But I'm just
Me
saying
neither.
there should be a separation of church and state because,
It's
like
written.
It says they're supposed to be.
I mean, it is written in our Constitution that there is, but I mean,
it's not explicit. It doesn't
yeah, I
say
was
specifically there
wasn't a
should be a
sarcastic
separation of religion and government.
I'm old enough. I did the pledge growing up, and I'm pretty sure everybody else in this chat right now.
Do they still do the pledge in
Except
school?
Dylan.
Like,
no, they don't.
No, it hasn't
They
been
don't? They
around for
finally
years.
killed that? Okay.
No, I think
I
it
know,
was
but
2002 or something.
yeah, like I would say, I'm pretty sure everybody else here is old enough to where they did it in school as well. And as far as I'm concerned, the school's a government institution. Therefore, how is it ever separated?
I'm
so
just
10,
saying
15, 20 years ago, they were still doing it.
The
Until
founding
But at the same
Obama's
time, but at
inauguration,
the same
every
time, they
president.
were so set on removing religion from school. So I just never understand that.
They were
just kinda-
acting. They were acting like
They
that.
absolutely
I want to be
were.
specific about that because like a lot of evangelicals try to frame that as like anti-religious freedom. They didn't remove religion from schools, okay? Like you can still
removed a specific
privately
religion from school.
You can still privately practice your religious beliefs within the school. Even teachers can privately practice
You wanna have a
their
fucking
religious
prayer before you
beliefs
start
within
class, go ahead.
schools. They just can't, as
I'll roll out my mat.
in the capacity of their teaching position, practice those and kind of like coerce it at the class or whatever. Like you can't like as a Christian, right? Like we're just using this as an example and it's a relevant example. As a Christian, you can't be a teacher and then just be like, hey guys, let's say a Christian prayer at the start of our class, because then you're then assuming, right, incorrectly most likely, that every one of those kids that are in your class are Christian and are going to engage in that Christian prayer. So like that's like the stipulation, and very often it's framed in this wrong way where they're like, oh, you can't possibly pray in a school. No, that's not what the argument is. The argument is
Jason,
you can't force kids to pray a prayer that is not their religion in the school.
So there's an argument I had with a very atheist friend of mine for a long time, which was in a lot of like military like settings, we'd have a formation or whatever, or just kind of like event or ceremony, and we would go through and we would always begin it with a prayer. And I never participated in the prayer because that's not my religious belief. But I was always one to, I'll bow my head, leave my eyes open, and the whole idea with the prayer is you bow your head, close your eyes, say the prayer. I would at least bow my head, just out
Make
of
it
respect.
till you make it.
I don't even think that's respect. That's just
not even a fake it till you make it, but just out of respect for others' religion. And I do not feel like that respect is portrayed across like other like channels. Like those same
Not at
people, they think I'm being offensive
Nor
by
is it even
not actually
reciprocated.
closing my eyes and like doing the whole prayer and stuff like that. So but that being said, like, I don't know, for me, maybe it's like left wing submissive thing or something like that. But
Well, that
I
said,
think
up
pe- I
until
think pe-
Obama's inauguration, it was legally obligated for presidents to swear on a Bible during their swearing-in ceremony.
okay. I think that we should be able to at least allow people to flex their fucking religious freedom, but there's definitely a line where it's like, stop pushing on other people. Like, be as religious as you want, but that's your religion. That's not mine.
Yeah.
And
You need to-
that's
and right now
where
the Supreme Court is missing is not seeing it right
Yeah,
now because
exactly.
the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court because why so many people are upset by this and what pro-lifers do not understand is that the Supreme Court is supposed to serve justice for all. They are
Yeah.
not serving justice for all when
100%.
they are banning abortions and attacking a majority of people because a minority of people want it banned. That's not serving justice.
The argument that right's going to make is like they're leaving it up to the states, and really this is a federal issue. And
it is a federal issue, yes.
So that's been the right's argument, is that this should be a state's decision. No, this should not be a state's decision. The federal government should say whatever the fuck people want to do. Doesn't matter what state you live in. You shouldn't have to drive to a different fucking state to go through and have an abortion.
Yeah.
You have body autonomy, and bodily autonomy, and you should be able to do what you want to do. And
I'm of the mind that it's not a state or federal issue. It's an individual issue. If you want a baby, cool, have a baby. If you don't.
I mean, we live in America. We live in America, so it's going to be a federal or state issue. Because
right, and again, in international law, it's considered a crime against humanity. But yet we're still. I just don't understand. Like, how is is there any way that any outside force that's not in coalition with the United States federal government to be like, hey, what you're doing is a little extreme. You should stop before there's going to be some serious repercussions.
I mean, Mike, you bring up the whole argument of like, hey, this is what they're doing in other countries, but like the right is very much against like the whole idea of like a centralized government between all countries. Like they hate the fucking
But hold on, the only reason they're even against that is because they would not then hold power.
Religious, yeah.
No, it
100%.
doesn't even have anything to do with their. So I just want to be very clear. The GOP
it does have to do with the religious values. But
yeah, I'm sorry. Like I'm just saying the GOP, the actual fascists in fucking America, they don't care about the religious shit. Like they don't care about that. They're talking about power.
The political engine behind it, yes, they don't care about
the government. Ever gave a fuck about people's religious views. They never have, and they never will.
The only thing they are trying to do is use those religious quote unquote values, or so fascism. And I'm not just saying fascism is like a word that I want to throw at somebody as kind of like an ad hominem attack or whatever. It's not a buzzword. It's not. I disagree with these people.
I'll argue that the fascist argument gets thrown around way too much. Like
I'm not using it in that context. I'm talking about blood and soil.
No, I know that
radical nationalism.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that unfortunately, what's happening now is that it doesn't matter if you're left or right. Like the argument is to just derive or just to, delegate to you're a fascist. No, you're a fascist, and we need to get past that and realize there's more important issues that are happening that we have to actually argue about.
No,
rather than just
rather
than you're just being a fucking Nazi.
No,
and I'm not saying you're being a Nazi.
No, I'm just saying I have a bit of a pushback on that. Is that the road to fascism is a very clear and defined road, and this road is very often paved with people who are saying that you're overreacting or you're misusing this. And I'll fully admit the definition of fascism is actually somewhat ambiguous. There is, in fact, a very ambiguous and not, a very specific definition of it, because we only have two instances in recent history of fascism, which would be Italy, which Italy was kind of the originator, but they didn't actually make an actual useful in a political sense fascism, because they didn't actually go out and do anything with it other than having kind of the black shirts and that. But, and then you have the German Nazis who were fascists, who actually did embolden a populace to the point where they did some really nasty and let's be honest, even though I disagree with it and it was disgusting and nasty, was actually very effective. I'm saying that we are in a case right now where we are seeing a political movement of people who are pushing a hyper radical nationalism, the thought of blood and soil. They could definitely when you look at Trumpistan and the people who are like seriously hardcore on like the Trump side and also like on the GOP, these people believe in the bundle of sticks philosophy. If you're not a part of their inner group that aligns with their inner group philosophy, then you are not.
So I mean,
yeah,
that has to go again. That's the whole argument of like. So I earlier said like I'm more leftist, but I'm probably a centrist, and like this
the
is
centrists
where
play to the right. So I hopefully you're not.
I have right-leaning like views in some areas, but as far as like the whole centrist thing goes, like people who are centrist are more or less being like portrayed as people who are like, oh yeah, you're okay with the fascists just taking over. And I assure you, like, it's every single like vote that's come up recently, like I want to like what the fuck is her name? The current governor of Iowa. I wanted to make sure I
Kim
voted
Reynolds?
against her. Kim Reynolds, thank you.
Kim
Gross.
Reynolds.
Fuck
Yeah,
Kim
screw
Reynolds.
her.
Yeah, fuck Kim Reynolds.
Yeah, she's a dumbass.
And so like I don't know. All I know is my part as like a American voter is I can just try and vote against the people that I know that are trying to fucking destroy this country. And I voted. And unfortunately, like other than just like going out into public and trying to shout from the hilltops and tell people like you're fucking up, you're voting for the wrong person, what am I supposed to do other than start a fucking civil war?
And we're really, and I'm not trying, once again, the Squeezebox, and I say this actually later in the document here, which we're almost to the end. The Squeezebox does not promote any violence or whatever.
No, I'm sorry.
Like I'm just saying,
I'm not
like
trying to push that.
But I'm just saying
I'm
that
legitimately asking that.
no, and I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying I just want to make that point before mentioning that we are kind of on the precipice at this point. Like we are in a case where we've seen this January 6th. We have seen people who are very adamantly almost like, I'm just saying, I've watched fucking Channel 5, dude. Like, I'm assuming some people here that we're talking together, you've seen Channel 5, right? Like,
I'm
with Andrew
blown.
Callahan.
Like it's literally a like it's a parody. It has to be a fucking goddamn parody.
Bullshit. These
Well,
motherfuckers.
no, I'm saying that being like, okay, I know it's real, but like it should be a goddamn parody. I can't believe that people on their fucking right are like this. Like what the
But they
fuck?
are, and that's what I'm saying is like many of these people that this Andrew Callahan from Channel 5, please subscribe to their channel because they're awesome. But like a serious, like they do have kind of like some comedy style stuff there. But when he does the interviews, he's just taking, like, he doesn't have to press these people.
No, he just shows up. They just and then eventually one of them does a rap.
They free yes. But I'm just saying, like, they freely give up this opinion where they fully, he asks, like, he regularly asks them, do you think there's going to be a civil war? And they say it. Yes.
Everybody on the right thinks there's a fucking civil war,
and they think they're gonna,
and they think they're because they think they're going to be on the fucking winning side, and they're not.
But they're the minority too. Like they think that because they own all these guns or whatever. It's like, dude, do you think that Democrats don't fucking own guns?
People on the fucking left are fucking gun owners too.
Do you think that people on the left didn't also serve in the military and are damn good shots? Get the fuck out of here, dude. But we're diverging here, and I do think that was a good conversation, and I'm not saying
I'm not trying to like.
No, you're fine.
Off,
no, I I think
getting
that
passionate for my side. Sorry.
no,
Us,
and I
but the one
agree.
thing that
us,
Yeah.
us centrists, we got to choose sides. But
but the thing that everybody needs to be clear on though is that while the religious right have a lot of influence on what the GOP does and in recent events, but but the ultimate reason as to why Roe versus Wade was overturned in the first freaking place was not only because of religious dogma, but it was simply for the fact that the far right wanted this because it was just simply part of their
Well, there are
agenda.
people,
literally,
right?
literally cannot believe
And
that Roe
they
v. Wade was
use
fucking overturned.
and they use the Christian values as a shield to get that agenda pushed through. And that's
Yeah.
what many Christians who are watching this need to realize. The government does not care about your God. They
Yeah.
do not care about anybody's God or any
all about-
religion
it's
for
all
that.
They're
about
matter.
just
They
political
never
using
gain.
you.
have.
They're
Both
Yes.
left
using.
and
Political
right.
gain.
Yeah,
They
they're
really don't
exploiting
care.
your religious faith. You guys who are Christian, do not fall for this. The government never cared about God. They never have, and they never will.
Yeah, they're just using your biases. And please take a look at this book. It's called How Fascism Works. And I'm just saying they do not truthfully and legitimately care about your religious beliefs. I might have my critiques as an a vocal atheist, about religious belief, but like I am saying this sincerely and heartfelt. These politicians do not legitimately actually care about your religious beliefs. Like, just the perfect example is Trump going over and literally assaulting people on the street to go over and take a photo op of him holding the Bible upside down.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
he
I remember that.
literally does not care. Like, none of these guys care. Mitch McConnell does not care about your religious belief. He is just using that because he needs your votes to essentially gain power. And once they have this absolute power, they will use that power to just embolden themselves and hold on to it for as long as they possibly can. That is the only thing that they're doing. They're trying to instill an authoritarianism. And the same thing has been used in history. Like, if you look back at, the
Kings of
origins of
England.
like Italian fascism with the capital
Yeah.
F, they use like Mussolini, quite frankly, and very clearly, he did not hide this. He said what the fascist playbook was. Please read How Fascism Works. It's on Amazon Books. You can get a paperback copy for $14. It's like 300 pages. Please look at these things. If you are a Christian and you happen to run across these videos or this video that we're making, they don't care. Like, they are literally just trying to build up a voter base and radicalize you based upon your biases to try to just gain political power so that they can overturn our democracy and gain this authoritarian power. That's the only reason they're doing this.
So I think Alman has a very good point. Right now, like, this is a completely like male, like, powered conversation about this. It would not be good, or it would be good to have like maybe, I don't know, a better ratio of male versus female in this conversation, because right now it's just like all male.
Hey, and I agree to a point, but I will say I've been to recent protests, and I've even heard people say at the protests and also after the protests in talking about the protest that men are not standing up enough. So I agree with you.
Well,
We should
so
have
I
some
think
women here.
I think that comes from the centrist view, which is like, I'm in that same fucking boat. I fall victim to that, which is I have my opinions and I'm just not willing to push them enough. When it comes to the Roe v. Wade situation, I'm not trying to enforce my view on it because I just don't think that my view should be that important. I'm not a woman. Women should be able to stand up on their own rights and say that, yeah, the government cannot go through and make laws about my body. But am I going to fight for that? I don't have that body, so I don't fight for it.
Yeah,
So
but so
maybe that's a problem with maybe my stance or political view, but
so
I'm willing to support that view.
in the context of fascism, and this is a long.
I
I'm not even making this up.
I literally already know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say the whole like standing by idly and like what's that?
First
one
they came
thing I've
for
been
the
saying about-
gays, and I
First they
said
came for the-
nothing
yeah.
because I'm not gay. Then they came for the blacks and I said nothing because I'm not black. Then they came for the Hispanics, and I said nothing because I'm not Hispanic. And then they came for me, and nobody said anything because nobody was left.
And so, but I am supportive of all those groups. I'm just not like ready fucking bear arms because I don't know. I'm just not trying to like make that fight. Like I don't know. There's enough political discourse now, especially compared like back in the fucking the Bush days.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I didn't feel like I needed to stand up as much, even though probably it needed to happen just as much then as it does now. But I don't know. There's a point where like the political conversation gets a little bit tiring, and I want to support who I can support, but at the same time, it's just kind of like fuck. I just wish the world would figure it out.
Well,
if that makes sense.
And here's the I really want to continue on with this document that we're actually almost done with, but you make a good an interesting point there. You're right. Hey, it does get tiring, but have the evangelicals said that? They've been doing this for 40 years and kept on it. Like, so I'm just saying, like, it might be tiring for us, but the evangelicals have stuck at it for 40 years. We need to have the same mentality, and we see the impact of what happens if you stick with this for 40 years. You can literally subvert our democracy. That's what the stakes are. It's not a case of, oh, I'm just arguing with people for the sake of arguing. They're literally taking people's rights away and have taken people's rights away now.
And I understand that that's like I'm not arguing that like people are just wanting to fucking fight for the sake of fighting. I just think that fuck, why can we not as a country get to the point where we can actually agree on some shit instead of just fucking fighting all the time?
I'd love to do
that. Yeah, I know.
I think everybody. I ask myself that every single day. I ask myself that every single day.
Like,
why can we just not come to an understanding
Why
of
can't
one
we
another?
just get along, man?
Really?
I mean, honestly, that like not even fucking joking. Like, I don't understand how the whole Roe v. Wade thing is even like.
And this is me just coming from a psycho, and this is me from someone who's a psychology major.
I thought we were progressive.
And this is me. This is coming from someone who studies psychology. I just think that because way back before our time, people were always trying to change one another simply for the fact because they felt that the way that they're living is right, and then someone that was in a completely different way is wrong. And we still see that today with the gay marriage thing. They think that that being gay or bisexual or transgender is an abomination, but it's not. It's
existed forever.
It's in the brain, and a lot of people will always try to make something up to justify the way that they treat people. Like with blacks, they thought blacks were not human because they had a different color skin than us. Well, no, race is not a thing. Just because we have different color skin, that does not mean that they are no less human than us white people are. So I think if we just sooner we realize that we're really not that different from each other, and quit listening to just indoctrinations of false information, I think the better off we will be. It's just I don't understand why, we're in the 21st century. We've made so many discoveries. We made so many medical advances and technological advances, but yet we still can't get a grasp on the fact that race isn't a thing. Bodily autonomy should be a constitutional right, and nor should it ever be infringed upon. And that we are a country founded on every man being created equal with unalienable rights. How can we call ourselves that when we're doing this shit to each other every single fucking day?
Yeah. Well, I'd like
Well-
to go ahead, Mike.
Every man being created equal didn't apply to women's, blacks, Jews, Mexicans, or any of them when the Constitution was written.
Right.
It only applied
And,
to
I
rich
mean,
white
that-
landowners.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't say all men. That's why I left that out, because I knew back then, and not to mention there was that Jim Crow law too, and then the slavery votes were only 3/4 of the vote, not a whole vote. Yeah, no, that's why I left that part out.
That's where my argument fucking stands. Is basically like it's just all people. All people should stand fucking equal, and like you have people out there like they want to like act like the whole Black Lives Matter fucking like just hearing that statement, like they want to try and down that. And yeah, absolutely, Black Lives Matter. The whole like all lives matter like following, that doesn't make sense. It's because
Because
like,
if
obviously
all lives, yeah, because if all lives truly mattered, then we wouldn't have to specifically state that Black Lives Matter. It's like a math equation.
we're not
The math
trying
equation-
to bring we're not trying to get people to realize that like this movement is happening. When it comes all to Black Lives Matter, it's about, hey, these are people who have been misappropriated, and we need to realize that this is a movement that needs to be followed. And all the fucking all lives matter thing is just like, white lives matter. That's all that is.
They're just trying to delegitimize a legitimate political movement. That's all. That's the only thing that the all lives matter thing is.
And Blue Lives Matter too. That was.
Oh my gosh!
Fuck the Blue Lives Matter thing.
Shit.
Yeah, that
was.
Here. Yeah, that was just to derive of the Black Lives Matter, because the police were the opponents in this, and that was just stupid. Not to mention a blue life that does not exist.
If they weren't the biggest proprietors of fucking targeted racism, then maybe they wouldn't have to fucking do that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, as though police are fucking oppressed even fucking slightly. Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry.
I am a proud black man, said the black man. I'm a proud white man, said the racist.
Yeah, all lives matter has no merit, because all lives do not truly matter right now. And that's what we're trying to bring that to fruition. But as long as we target a certain demographic of people because of religious beliefs or because of other stupid reasons without any actual evidence as to why they feel the way that they do.
Well, and religious beliefs shouldn't even be a factor in it. It's just
that too. Should. Yeah, why? Yeah, I mean, where in the Bible say that skin color will send you to hell? Yeah, where? Please tell me where.
So
there's actually a niche group of Christianity that believe black skin is the mark of Cain.
So let's go ahead
and heard that.
Finish up this document here. we went on
we've been trying to for like 20 minutes.
No, I actually liked that tangent, and I think that I will clip that conversation as like a separate clip outside of this. But thank you everybody for that. That was the conversation we needed to have. But let's continue here onto the document, focusing once again back onto Roe v. Wade.
Anticipating that the Supreme Court will.
Oh my gosh! Stop! Please, just fucking
listen here, you little shit.
Oh my gosh! Okay, so I'm just gonna read straight from this article from the New Yorker, because it's relatively short, actually. So we're once again, to kind of bring us back to the point here, we're talking about good arguments for federally mandated access to safe abortions. And this one is talking about the devastating economic impacts of an abortion ban. So this article is from this year in May. So it says last December, oral arguments were held before the Supreme Court in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, the case leading to the leaked draft opinion last week that, if finalized, would overturn Roe v. Wade, which it did. During one especially illuminating comment, Chief Justice John Roberts attempted to draw Julie Rickleman, the litigation director of the Center for Reproductive Rights, who was arguing to have a ban on abortions after 15 weeks in the state of Mississippi overturned, into a back and forth about the significance of the cutoff of having access to an abortion. Rickleman made a broader argument that narrowing women's access to the procedure would disproportionately harm low-income women or those experiencing personal crises. She turned to numbers to bolster her argument. In fact, Rickleman said, the data has been very clear over the past 50 years that abortion has been critical to women's equal participation in society. It's been critical to their health, to their lives, their ability to pursue. I'm sorry, what? What kind of data is that? Roberts interrupted. When Rickleman tried to answer, Roberts interrupted again. Well, putting that data aside, he said, why would 15 weeks be an inappropriate line? Listening to the exchange, Caitlin Myers, an economics professor at Middlebury College, who studies gender, race, and the effects of reproductive health policies on people's lives, was stunned. Why would a Supreme Court justice, in considering such a crucial issue, not be interested in knowing, quote-unquote, the data? We already know why. We don't have to reiterate it. Roberts' colleague signaled a similar disregard in the draft opinion for the Dobbs case that was published by Politico. The justices behind the opinion seemed not to care about the issue, where the original Roe decision acknowledged that making people carry and raise unwanted children could, quote-unquote, force upon women a distressful life and future. The draft opinion written by Justice Alito barely mentioned the substantial ways that the loss of access to safe legal abortion would hamper the ability of women to participate fully in society. Last fall, Myers marshaled 154 economists to file an amicus brief against the abortion ban, in which they outlined decades of research on how unwanted pregnancies can affect women's education, employment, and earning prospects, and can impact the labor market more broadly. Quote, economists as a whole don't have disagreement about this. Myers said, it's not a question about the minimum wage. If you bring that up, then they'll start arguing. But if you ask about the role of childbearing in women's lives, they don't argue on many of the facts. Tiffany Green, an economist and population health scientist and assistant professor at the University of Wisconsin School of Medicine and Public Health, noted that many of those effects would disproportionately fall on those who were already marginalized, particularly women of color and non-binary and transgender people. A few statistics help clarify how race and class influence who will be most harmed. In 2014, 49% of all abortions were obtained by people who were below the federal poverty line. As of 2004, approximately a third were obtained by people who were white, 37% by those who were black, and 22% by Hispanic people. Black women are significantly more likely than white women to experience an unintended pregnancy owing to disparities in the economy and the healthcare system. And other factors for the same group, childbirth is more dangerous. Quote, whether you believe abortion is a moral thing or not, the evidence is the evidence, Green told me. And the overwhelming thrust of the evidence is that this is going to negatively impact women and other pregnant people's economic prospects, their mental health, their physical health, and ultimately their lives. The end of Roe v. Wade is likely going to have a devastating fallout. In the brief filed by the court, Thomas Dobbs in the state of Mississippi presented an argument about modern parenthood that seemed disconnected from reality. Dobbs, Mississippi's state health officer, argues that the Roe v. Wade decision and a subsequent Supreme Court case that upheld Roe in 1992, Planned Parenthood v. Casey were simply no longer relevant to women and parents. The march of progress has left Roe and Casey behind, the brief reads. It goes on to suggest that factors including access to contraception, laws on family care, or on family leave, and availability of child care have rendered the matter irrelevant. Furthermore, it notes all 50 states have quote-unquote safe haven laws that make it possible to relinquish unwanted newborns to government so that they can be adopted, often with no questions asked. All of these developments, the brief reads, facilitate the ability of women to pursue both career success and a rich family life, which, not to mention, in those cases, they might try to make that argument, but I'm sorry, you are in fact causing like undue stress and also severe medical trauma to a woman's body to undergo that full pregnancy.
I mean, we can't even figure out like regular maternity leave, so.
Right. In response, Myers noted, you don't need an economist with fancy statistics to tell you that's laughable. The legalization of abortion in the 70s had dramatic effects on the ages in which the circumstances under which women became mothers. It reduced the number of teenage mothers by a third. That's a huge amount, by the way. And that of women who got married as teenagers by a fifth. Those effects are concentrated among young women and women of color. Myers said, even when abortion was illegal, women who had the means would find a way. Women who were able to delay motherhood through legal access to abortion were much more likely to finish college, pursue higher degrees, spend longer in the labor force, and enter higher paying occupations. They are much less likely to fall into poverty later in life. 50 years later, the question is, does it still matter? Myers said, of abortion access, in short, the answer is yes. Last paragraph here, the draft opinion suggests that the conservative members of the court accepted as fact the fantasy version of reality presented by the Dobbs argument. Or perhaps that they simply don't think that the potential economic effects of an abortion ban on women's lives are relevant to the discussion. That's probably more closer to the truth. In truth, most people don't have access to paid family leave. The U.S. is one of the few nations that doesn't guarantee paid leave to new parents. The cost of childcare is prohibitively expensive, averaging more than $1,000 a month for infants, which is insane.
Ridiculous.
Research conducted by economists such as Claudia Golden at Harvard and Francine Blau at Cornell University has shown that the gender pay gap begins to widen once women become mothers. The workplace protections that do exist for mothers apply mostly to people with college degrees. At the lower end of the economic spectrum, where hourly workers may be engaged in shift work with unpredictable hours, there are a few safeguards in place.
I mean, in short, that all just basically means we don't care about anything other than dead babies, and we could care less about the well-being of the mother of said dead baby.
So just to...
Making me want to tell those dead baby jokes, dude.
Just to say this last line here, I think we need the data, and we have it, and we gave it to them, Myers told me, and it just seems to not be reflected in that draft, which we've talked about why that is the case. So I'm going to continue on. We've already really discussed these pretty, ad nauseum and at length, but this is what happens. These are examples of the sheer dystopia that are, experienced in countries around the world who have abortion bans. So let's give this a look. Once again, from some more news, I highly recommend that you check out their videos. They are very comprehensive and typically are pretty funny.
Okay, so for starters, don't get me wrong, access to reproductive health affects everyone. In fact, even people who can't get pregnant are often able to cause pregnancies through this technique called and most well-adjusted people, when engaged in this,
tell me more,
actually care about their partners
Sex
and their
for
health
dummies.
and their rights.
I'm
and
doing
so
my
on.
part.
That said, the most severe consequences will, of course, fall on those whose uteruses are being meddled with, especially when it comes to their health, and especially when it comes to the most vulnerable people. Because you know America's slogan, kick 'em while they're down and then piss on 'em, home of the brave, or something like that. The Texas abortion ban, for example, is going to disproportionately affect low-income, immigrant, Black, and Hispanic people. Black women are also disproportionately likely to die as a result of pregnancy. But of course, the health risks of restricting abortion will impact everyone with a uterus. Being denied access to abortion is linked to worse health outcomes because the risks of childbirth are far greater than any risk associated with abortion. In the worst case scenarios, people die giving birth. One study predicted a 21% increase in pregnancy-related deaths following a national abortion ban, and hundreds more women dying per year. And that would be even greater among the Black population, where pregnancy-related death would increase by over 30%. And we have known this since 1976, when the CDC found that restricting access to abortion increases the risk of death for the patient. And not only does the US have the worst maternal mortality rate compared to other rich countries, this rate goes up even higher in states where there are restrictions on abortions. In fact,
Not
Hell,
surprised.
there's even third world countries that don't even have the mortality rate as bad as we do.
America.
America.
in fact, it's over 50% higher than in less restrictive states. Not to mention
That's right,
that the states
America.
most likely to ban abortion already have higher rates of maternal mortality than the rest of the United States to begin with. In the 12 states in which abortions are restricted and are likely to be restricted further or banned outright, maternal mortality went up 38% due to those restrictions. And states that lack Planned Parenthood clinics saw an increase of mortality by 8%. All of that is to say, it seems like if you actually valued life, you would be concerned about those numbers and wonder why some states seem to be killing mothers way faster than other states. And this isn't exclusive to the United States either. Pretty much every country with abortion bans regularly kill women because of those bans. The WHO estimates that of the 67,800 women who die from abortion complications each year, 67,500 of those are in developing countries with restrictive abortion laws. And even when we're not talking about people seeking abortions, these laws tend to kill women who are experiencing complications during pregnancy. There are just so many heartbreaking stories about women dying because doctors didn't want to break a law to save them. Stories which, buckle up, I'm about to tell you right now. And
I legit wish I had a seatbelt I could put on right now.
So yeah, just a trigger warning. Sorry, I was muted there. These are the cases, and this is what we will see. We will start seeing this, especially if they start, or if they make it federally illegal. But the trigger warning. This is some very dystopian and fucked up shit right here. Prepare yourself.
warning, it might piss you off. It should piss you off. In Ireland, fetal heartbeat laws prevent doctors from performing abortions or inducing miscarriages unless they could prove that there was a threat to the mother's life. 31-year-old Savita Halapanavar died from a wanted pregnancy because, while doctors determined miscarriage was inevitable, they were too afraid of breaking the law to induce the miscarriage. Savita died of septic shock and multiple organ failure. In Nicaragua, 22-year-old Olga Reyes died after languishing in pain at the hospital for hours due to an ectopic pregnancy. Ectopic pregnancies, by the way, never viable. But the ban on abortion and potential prison sentences they faced made doctors fearful to treat her.
So this is something that we're already seeing since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, by the way. Pretty fucked
sounds
up.
a lot like fascism to me.
Like straight up fucked up. These people are literal religious freaks. Absurd. Absurd.
In El Salvador, 33-year-old Manuela didn't have an abortion. She fell ill, went to the hospital, and miscarried. Instead of receiving care after her traumatic experience, she was handcuffed to her hospital bed and charged with homicide. despite the fact that it is typically impossible to tell the difference between an induced miscarriage and a natural miscarriage. Manuela died 2 years later of cancer while in prison. In Poland, 30-year-old Isabella died after her water broke early at 22 weeks. Despite it being legal in Poland to conduct an abortion in cases where the mother's life is in danger, doctors feared they wouldn't be able to prove this and wanted to wait for the baby's heart to stop inside of Isabella. Despite her pleas for help, Isabella died, and she left behind her 9-year-old daughter. Poland, like the US, once allowed for abortion, but in 2021 enacted basically a total ban. As we learned from Isabella's story, even though it has exceptions for the life of the mother, when doctors can face severe legal repercussions, they may delay treatment until it is too late. And now they have a pregnancy registry, which can be used to track women who are pregnant and potentially investigate or even imprison women whose pregnancies end in miscarriage, much like the case of Manuela in El Salvador. In Brazil, abortion is illegal, and while, yes, there are exceptions for rape or risk to the mother's life, the far-right Bolsonaro government has introduced a regulation that requires doctors to gather evidence and report to the police anyone who comes to them for an abortion after being raped. Human Rights Watch points out that this is clearly meant to discourage rape survivors from seeking abortion, fearing arrest if the investigation finds that they weren't really raped. Anywho, that's just a few of the stories. And now you probably understand why I felt the deep, burning need to punch my way through Cody's wall. Abortion bans mean...
By the way, she did, like in the skit, punch through his wall that's supposedly in his studio/house.
And
that
who the
pregnant
fuck
people
is
will
Cody?
be regarded as...
Like, we've only seen her, but Cody is the normal host.
Oh.
Potential murder suspects
I'm
if
used
they
to seeing
miscarry, or at the very least, as disposable
I wouldn't mind
incubators
seeing her
whose
punch
lives
through a wall, though.
come third after the fetus and then the hospital's liability. But pregnancy cultists argue that it's okay for people's bodies to not belong to them, for them to suffer, maybe even die, because this is in the name of saving an innocent life. So, okay, so let's break it down. What is this life that is worth stripping people of their rights and even their own lives?
So that's the segment that we saw earlier. But
I appreciate how she's like kind of like, what the fuck, guys? Come on.
Right, exactly.
Come in close here.
So
yeah, she's not pulling any punches in what she says, and nor should she.
So I'm just going to gloss over some of these kind of points here, and then we're going to get to the very end. So just a brief thing. So according to Pew Research, only 7 states are in favor of abortion being legal: Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, Georgia, and Ohio. Most of those, so like we're looking at 59%, 58, 57, 57. It's not like a vast majority, right?
You should post that list in chat.
I'm just saying, like, this isn't like a landslide by any fucking means. This is very down the middle. This isn't the case where we're seeing something that's a complete landslide or by any means the majority. A vast majority, excuse me. It is the majority in those states, but it's not a vast majority. And if we're looking at the total numbers across the board, 61% say abortion should be legal in all or most cases, while 37%, clearly not the majority, right? Like a very stark minority, say that it should be illegal in most cases. And I will post the link to that article. I did actually post the just general numbers there, but I'll post the article that has further information into chat. Let's skip over kind of the demographics there. I had a few that had to do with age, religious affiliation, and level of education. Let's just say, if you're more religious, you're more likely to think that abortion is a bad thing because, once again, you're just manipulated and use arguments excuse me from emotion.
Jason, question.
What's that?
How do we fix this?
So we are going to leave you with some ways to fix this. Number one, and the reason I made this number one is because we literally cannot move forward without doing this. Pressure Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema to end the filibuster. So they should not enjoy a single step in the public square without protesters. Pressure your representatives to remove these party traitors from all of their political caucuses. Pressure representatives to publicly call out the hypocrisy and poor governance of Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. Protest at their residences. Blow up their phone lines and lambaste their email boxes. Enough is enough with these two. They are literally subverting democracy, most likely because of money. And we need to let them know that the American people have had enough with their bullshit. The second thing is, vote for progressive candidates that will take any step necessary to codify Roe v. Wade into law. I know that this is a tired and often proposed solution. I agree. But this is essentially something that takes very little time. I've voted in every single election since I've been an adult. It really does not take that much time. Like, you have to do this. You have to keep doing this. You're not sticking it to the man by not voting. You are literally fucking your own self over by not voting. Okay? Like, this argument of not voting, it really needs to be done. But this is essentially something that takes, like I said, a little bit of time and effort, and it very well may slow down the evangelical effort to subvert our democracy, but it doesn't solve it. Many people say, go out and vote, that's going to solve it. It's not going to. Okay? We need to do more than that. Protest hard and often is the next one. Find a local group on social media. Get out there and protest. Without public awareness, this will never get off the ground. We need lots and lots of people. The next is do anything you can to subvert the efforts of the Supreme Court conservative majority. These people have enacted violence upon the populace against the will of the people. Now, the Squeezebox cannot publicly condone violence, but we can condone you protesting the houses of these justices. We can condone you protesting every single step that they make in public. We can condone you protesting federal judges in your state, which ultimately will, and often, especially if it's these federal judges that were appointed by the previous administration, they are in the same ballpark. They are in the same team, and they are going to try to subvert our democracy. Next, urge your representatives to pack the court. It has been done before, and it should be done again. Or, and I'm perfectly fine with this, push to dissolve the court. This is a wholly and ridiculous, it's just not an institution at this point that is worthy of preserving. It is subverting our democracy. Dissolve it, if anything. Push for term limits on all branches of government.
That's the one right there.
Definitely. And I think that this is a bipartisan thing. I think that, like, you would probably see, and I don't know this because I didn't, in my research and trying to freaking make 13 pages of a document, I didn't actually look this one up, but I really strongly feel that this would be a bipartisan popular thing of pushing for just term limits on all branches of the government. Like, people are just tired of these career politicians taking money from lobbyists and essentially subverting our democracy because they're getting pocket change. Nancy Pelosi, fuck you, by the way. You're
but
just
especially
literally a
fuck Mitch
grifter.
McConnell.
Mitch McConnell's way worse, and he is like a turtle of a ghoul. But Nancy Pelosi is
External-
also like I'm so tired of her
Victoria
ever
argument's
asking.
so easy.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying, like, she should never again ask for money. Period. She has made so much money off of her husband, who is like a just hardcore fucking stock trader, guru or whatever. She needs to use her lobbyist money and her stock trader insider trading money to fucking make it happen. So
Which, by the way, isn't that a federal crime?
I think it is. It should be, and
I'm
it
pretty sure
is.
it's a federal,
It is,
a
but
federal crime.
it's not enforced, obviously.
It's
Yeah.
insider trading, which it's only illegal if you have a net worth of under $10 million.
Yeah, it's only illegal if you're Martha Stewart. But
Mm-hmm.
so, and this is the later thing here, okay? And I know, big if here, guys, big fucking if. But I think it's worth saying here. If we ever get a super majority, push for a new constitutional convention. Most first world countries with a constitution have a constitution that is less than 20 years old. Because, and it's not because they just like are new countries or anything like that. It's because they have it baked into the legislation that the document is to be convened on and revised on a regular schedule. It is not a flex to say that our Constitution is 200 years old. That is actually a bad thing. That is not good. We are literally, so the founding fathers were ill-equipped to create a document that is capable of addressing our modern society. It's time to get to work so that we can create a better document and lambaste the complete nut jobs that think we should care about what the founding fathers thought over 200 years ago, as if that's something we should care about in regard to modern lawmaking. These founding fathers did not care about blacks. They did not see. We'll just do a list here. These are people that they saw as second and third hand citizens, indigenous people, blacks, non-landowners, women, like minority groups like the Chinese. I'm just saying, like, they literally were morally default by today's moral standards. We should not be looking to these historical figures to make modern laws, period. The Federalist Society is a joke. It is literally subverting our democracy, and we see it in the Supreme Court. All of those conservative majority judges are a part of the Federalist Society. They are a joke. The Federalist Society is a joke. Anybody that tries to say otherwise is a joke. So, final statements here. We are the revolution. Our rights and our protections are being subverted by the Supreme Court and by the GOP. And it's up to us to stem the bleeding, to stop it, and to move forward by ensuring it cannot happen again. Can I please get some final statements from everybody else? We'll start with Mike.
Well, 2 final statements. Firstly, as always, wash your fucking balls, okay? And secondly, some states anticipating that the Supreme Court will at least weaken Roe versus Wade are also passing total abortion ban. Never mind.
Oh my God. Lance, what do you got?
Well, kind of back to what you were saying about the Constitution. Yeah, it's just too old. Like, that thing wasn't written for the kind of weapons we have these days. It was written just typically as more of a moral code for white people that own land and slaves, essentially. And that's kind of what you said earlier, but yeah, I've kind of been saying that for years. It needs revised.
I agree.
Probably every few decades.
Right. Dylan, what do you got?
So, if any of my personal friends from Culver or for anywhere else, thank you for sticking with us. If you made it through the whole thing, and it was a pretty long one too, I'll admit. But I want to say I do have some religious views myself, but like I said, the way my views were a few years back compared to now are nothing alike. And no matter what denomination you are, you need to realize as people that the government does not care about your religious views. They do not care. They never have, and they never will. This was simply an action of exploitation on your faith, just so the far right agenda can be pushed. And they succeeded. You were used. You are being ruled right now by the GOP. They are not your friends. They are your enemy. They are using you, and all of you, and I mean all of you, need to realize this and quit thinking that everything is black and white. It is not like that anymore. There's so much deception. There is so much misinformation. There is so much lies being spread. So many truths being hidden from us, and we need to start draining the swamp of all of these lies that we're being fed. And most importantly, if you truly believe, and especially to women out there that are being oh so joyous because God's in the courtroom, let me ask you this: if you truly think that God was in that courtroom that day, and you really think that lives are being saved right now because of this obvious unconstitutional change in our human rights right now, I'm telling you right now, you are not free. You are not free. You are not free. And you should not be feeling joy of any sort. Your rights are being stripped from you before your very eyes. You need to wake up. Because if you think they're going to stop at Roe, you're wrong.
Take it easy
You
there,
are
Alex
wrong.
Jones.
You are not free. You are being ruled. Rebel.
He's not wrong though.
You need to rebel.
Yeah.
So Alman was going to ask, and I'll get to Schloops here in a second. What's next? Contraceptives? Gay marriage? Sodomy? I mean, they literally said it. Clarence Thomas literally said it. So that's what's next.
Clarence
Like I said, I'm
Thomas
gonna
should
be in Texas
legally
by the end
forced
of the
to
year.
suck a dick.
If I want to stick my wiener in a chick's butt, that's exactly what I plan to do.
Thanks for being clear on that.
With consent,
Texas.
of course.
I just want to make everybody know the laws will be violated.
With consent, obviously.
Of course, consent will be there.
Yeah.
But
we should stage a 1 million person orgy right in the middle of Dallas, Texas.
Dude, I'm gonna be like an hour away from Dallas. I'll be Richardson, Texas. I'll be there.
Fucking 1 million person orgy just in protest of these anti-human rights.
I'll be there.
They can't stop all of us from jizzing.
So Schloops, what do you got?
I mean, what I have to say is probably actually really short and sweet here. All I know is that at one point, Pete Davidson said some states anticipating that the Supreme Court will at least
God damn it,
Roe v.
dude.
Wade are also passing total abortion bans that apply both medication abortions and surgical abortions.
I genuinely don't believe Pete Davidson said that.
Many of the new bills take novel approaches, such as the Texas SB 8, which encourages private citizens to enforce a ban on abortion after 6 weeks by offering at least $10,000 to individuals who sue anyone that helps someone attain abortion. By the way, fuck you, Mike, for stealing that one from me. But anyways.
Well, you stole it back. And I believe it was Kanye that said that.
I'm just saying.
Direct quote from Pete Davidson.
I can tell, and we've been making comments in our episode chat here about how tired Mike is, but I don't feel pity because you definitely brought that up multiple times on your own volition. So that's on you, man. We would have been done at least 5 minutes earlier if not for rereading that paragraph. I'm just saying.
Well, I probably did not assist in that.
No, you
Actually,
absolutely
you might have
did
read
not,
it more
you
than anyone else.
charlatan.
I actually read that statement probably at least 5 times.
Yeah, you fucking charlatan, you.
Oh man. But yeah, thank you everybody. We have 3 viewers, which some of those viewers might actually just be us. But I'm just hoping that ultimately this is going to stay up on YouTube. I'm going to clip out various conversations that we have or have had, excuse me.
I can guess at least one statement that gets clipped at least once, but
oh jeez. But I'm just saying, like, very legitimately, that this is not just a issue where we're being radicalized on some fringe issue or anything like that. Very clearly and concisely, human rights have been rolled back. We need to be a lot more focused, like the progressives, the leftists, the Democrats and the centrists, right? We're very often the analogy is given where it's like herding cats because it's such a large political body that encompasses a lot of different views. This is something we need to be all on the same page of. Like, this isn't something that it's not a big deal, like maybe I can't even think of something that's been passed recently that's not a big deal, but I'm just saying this isn't a minor or a fringe issue. This is something that affects everybody, even if you don't have a uterus. This is the rollback of human rights that by the UN standards is considered to be a human rights violation. It's a very big deal, and we need to treat it as such. And I hope that our longest episode yet, and we've broken by far the record. I don't know if we're ever going to break this record again, but the longest episode we've had on the Fresh Squeeze podcast. I hope that people who are listening and have made it this far understand that we are serious about this. And I hope that this radicalizes some people to get out there and vote and kind of do some of these, try to make some of these solutions happen that we've proposed today. So thank you, everybody that has joined us. Thank you, all of the guests and hosts that we've had today. And as always, thank you very much for watching. We'll catch you on the next one.